dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion, following the light that sets me
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. just tripping on day dreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. now tell me that you're innocent. Why are you closer for the off right now? Oh girl, your body tastes of cinnamon. Now you want me to turn you upside down. Baby, I finally know what it really feels like. Wow. Tell me you want it just as much as me, baby. I won't be far. Let me fix your scars. Just one call. Oh my God, girl, I'd be down if you were that. Panic and hide away inside. You want that, baby? I can read your mind. Let me to give it a try. You want that, baby? I'm destined for life. You want me to stare into your eyes while I'm putting my two hands on your thighs. Let me to have you at a night. You want that, baby? I'm destined for life. I'm down. You're over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Here comes trouble, putting on a show. Like
like a domino, I fall. Another bottle, don't know what to say. Send me on my way to you. I know you're all that I want, but I don't even know your name.
Can everyone see me?
So don't go and leave me alone.
What's up, y'all?
Show you
Sorry it took a while. I was trying to figure some stuff out. Because this is... Here, let me turn this down. This is the first time we're trying the YouTube stream in a long time. So, what side is this? That side. Let's go up. There we go. Who the fuck are you, right? But we're not gonna hop right into the game because I want to talk about some things first. Because it's clear that they are not, you know, what is it, Wednesday? We're not getting the update this week for drops. That's clear, right? I think it's safe to assume. So if that's the case, the game is great. I enjoy the core concepts of the game, but like I yesterday while I was trying to figure out the audio stuff, which by the way, it is so confusing for what I was trying to do. And it seems like it shouldn't be as confusing. So we're just doing copyright free music. Upcoming changes. Yes. Give me 1 sec. I will pull it up for you so we can take a look at this post and we'll talk about it. We've already talked about it before, but now that we kind of have an idea of when perhaps they're gonna do the upcoming, like, is it 0.2.0 G or I don't know what letter they're at. I think it's G. But we'll talk about it because, yeah, there's just some things. But yeah, yesterday I did spend some time doing all the things that people recommended like I did last league and still felt like, you know, it's cool when you get like, you see Exalteds dropping and you see Regals dropping and you're like, oh, nice, that's better than not. But it's not, there's no divines, you know, there's nothing that's like actually gonna help me make progress to get the gear that I need. And I didn't get any gear upgrades. There's like, it's like you go days and days without seeing anything of value and you're just like, wait, why am I doing this again? Yeah, here it is.
Stop.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, 0.2.0 G. The plan is to get it ready as soon as we can. We are, of course, remaining flexible. This is another thing that's like tough, is it's hard to be hard on them because they have been slammed since they released the update. Now you could argue that this most recent league, a lot of it is self-inflicted because a lot of the things they changed didn't need to be changed. So like the amount of time that they put into, you know, doing these percentage nerfs to every single skill and these percentage buffs to every monster and, you know, like, because you think you have to go in there and they're doing math of being like, okay, well, where do we think this needs to be where it's at now? How much like weaker does it need to be if like we take like an overall look at it, 10% weaker? Well, it's not just gonna be like a 10% damage nerf because there's so many different levels to it. There's also the gear. There's also all these other things. So they probably spent the majority of their time, because if you looked at the patch notes, it was absurd how many things they were changing, and almost all of it had nothing to do with new content or like stuff like that. So yeah, it should be, like I said, it's hard to be too tough on them because of the fact that they have been working nonstop since this happened. and it is a holiday, you know, it was this last weekend, but I think the majority of people have kind of been waiting because they're like, well, we'll see what gets buffed, what loot drops get buffed and what don't, because right now it doesn't feel like it's a good use of your time to be trying to farm currency. And the only currency I've made basically this entire league has been selling gear, which is fine, but that's not that's not really fun for a lot of people. For the majority of people, I feel like they don't want to just like be picking up every single item and understanding every single affix that could like is a good affix on this item for this build, and then recombining items to try to get a better version of that item, or to completely throw away that last hour you spent farming these random items and then finding this one that actually could have potential. You get what I mean? Like there's just so many layers to it that trading part is not necessarily an engaging way to keep people excited about the game. But yeah, in this note, or in this, like, this is what their plan is. There's no official release date yet. Can we just be happy that the devs are... Oh yeah, 100%. Like I said, it's hard to be too hard on them. But I do want to say, from my perspective, I'm not having as much fun as last league. And I felt like drops were bad last league. So they changed, because like they did like a lot of these like stealthy changes, like these sneak nerfs almost, where it's like, hey, we're giving you towers that you can put multiple tablets in, and we're like, oh my god, that's so much better. And they're like, we want to do that to save you time so you're not having to stack up as many towers. And then also we're nerfing all the waystones, so you need, like, to even get anywhere near the efficiency that you had last league, you need all 3 of those spots in your towers to like put the 5% quantity in each tablet. And then even then, people are still just using the same method where they're searching their map for towers that are close enough where you have overlapping and you can get like close to 30% or 40% quantity from your towers. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm like, that didn't seem like a problem. Like you fixed a problem by creating another problem. And but yeah, I think that it's created the exact same issue that we had last league, where everyone was just looking for clusters of towers and spending all this time getting those towers, and then, you know, building up all those maps and then doing those maps, because that's what I did yesterday, doing those maps and then walking out of it after, you know, 4 hours straight, or maybe even more, and having nothing to show for it except for like 20 exalted. And it's like, okay, well, that's not, you know, that's not good enough to me personally. But yeah, I do agree that the devs listening is huge. What is up, Grumpy Gamer? Also, welcome in, everybody. I don't know if I ever said welcome in or anything. There's been a lot on my mind. Like, I've been, you know, and we got the YouTube stream going with the Twitch stream, and I can see both chats. I don't know how it's gonna go, but please be patient. I'll try my best to respond to everybody. If we get anyone, that was another thing, is the reason why a long time on YouTube I wasn't, because I did this for a couple streams and it just, YouTube didn't seem worth the effort. But YouTube is making a big push for live streaming, so we're gonna test it out. We'll do it for like a week or two, see how it goes. So, not saying you specifically, but some people forget that this is still an early access game. Yeah, exactly. And I think that keeping that in mind is super important. A lot of people completely forget that it's early access. Also, a lot of people will use that as an excuse not to play the game. So that it's kind of like a double-edged sword where you can use that as like an excuse to be patient, but you can also use it as an excuse to be like, okay, well, I'm just going to wait for full release because they're making all these drastic changes. I think that the majority of the changes that they're making, this is the time to do it. And I completely understand, like, hey, let's throw a wrench into the system, see how people react, see how it affects the game, and then pick up the pieces from there, because this is their time to do it, where they have, you know, thousands of people playing the game, and they are able to like get that feedback pretty quickly and see analytics on like player engagement, the amount of time that they're staying playing the game. They can see, you know, how the game is doing in the eyes of like the broader public, and how, and like I said, just getting that instant evaluation of the changes and opinions from people. So yeah, but this upcoming change, we hope it's gonna be next week. I think best case scenario, it's midweek next week, but worst case scenario, it's the week after that. And the reason why I say that is because while all of this has been going on, they've been pushing back their league for Path of Exile 1, which originally they had stated there's going to be no hitches in like the updates for Path of Exile 1 when we launch Path of Exile 2 early access, while we're working on that, because we're going to like have separate teams working on each thing. But you can't predict like having 2 live service games for the first time ever as a development company, as a video game studio, whatever. So they obviously got a little bit in over their heads, and we've seen that. And what has suffered the most clearly is Path of Exile 1, because their last league came out in what, like June or July of last year, or August of last year, something like that. And so this whole time they've been waiting for a new league. They just did that Fresia or Fresia or whatever event, and a lot of people loved it. They thought it was a cool change of pace. It wasn't an official league. It was more of just like, let's throw some things together and get it out there to keep them happy. But they just announced something recently that is similar to that. And what that does is putting effort into getting that going, which I understand, especially over time. I understand it a lot better, that it's, you know, it is like, I was really annoyed originally that the Path of Exile 1 fans got so mad, and then like they had to throw together an event, because I feel like it pushed back progress on Path of Exile 2. And instead of being like a 3-month period between updates, it ended up being a 4-month period, which they never gave like a official timeline for that in the first place. But most games that are like quote unquote live service are usually, it's like a 90-day league or season or whatever. Yeah, but I do understand where they're coming from now. And I think that it is important for them to allocate time to getting that shit out, because now it's pushed back till June for their next league, which is kind of insane. But before I get to that, let's talk about this. So the biggest changes with this is loot drops. The 3 main changes you can expect is to mitigate unlucky streaks from bosses in the campaign by raising the floor of the quality of their drops. So essentially what happens, we all have been through this, is that when you're like going through campaign and you get to those, like, you know, not necessarily the act bosses, but like the primary bosses, the unique bosses, and then you'll fight one, and that's supposed to be like an important part of the game, like, or the campaign. I've been building up power, now I can go fight this boss, and then it only drops like white items or blue items, or, you know, just nothing even a little bit valuable. And you're like, well, how am I going to take on the next boss if I'm never getting any improvements fighting these bosses? And, you know, rare monsters and all the other stuff. But those are the bosses that should be giving you the ability to improve so you can progress. And they're not. And so they're trying to mitigate those unlucky streaks where you kill a bunch of, like, maybe you make it all the way through Act 2 and not a single one of those bosses even drops a rare item, or it drops you any currency, or drops you, you know, anything of value, which is good. The second is to increase the quality of drops from bosses overall. And so we assume that that means pinnacle bosses, like all of the map bosses that you face. And then the third is to improve the drops from monsters possessed by Asmarian wisps. They also suck, and especially as like a league mechanic, which is kind of like what it's kind of supposed to be. I don't know if it's something that's going to stay in the game long term. I don't remember if they ever announced that. But yeah. What's up, Dark? My question is, why are they still releasing content on PoE 1 when PoE 2 is a thing? Is it simply because... No, their original goal, like, for instance, you know, when Destiny 2 came out, I don't know if they still did any content for Destiny 1, but they wanted Path of Exile 2 to be its own thing, to be different from Path of Exile 1, and so they want to keep people who are still playing Path of Exile 1 happy, and like, because it's going to be a different experience. You can see it night and day. There's a bunch of people who don't play Path of Exile 2 who played Path of Exile 1 for the 10 years that it was released beforehand. So their goal was to always keep them both like running and active until, you know, Path of Exile 1, if they stop getting a certain amount of players playing the game, then they'll probably just shut down the servers, or like make it so you can make private servers and just stop doing content for it. But their original goal was to keep them both live service up and running and all that. Because there are two separate live service games, they're trying to juggle both games and they're in over their heads. Someone want to help me kill the Act 3 final boss? Hubshe said sure. Love the Destiny reference. That's my main game. Oh, hell yeah. I knew it from the name. Yeah, so I think that with this game, they're not like, this isn't a spiritual successor to Path of Exile 1. It's like, in a way, to me, Path of Exile 2 is like to Path of Exile 1, like Diablo 3 was to Diablo 2. Where technically it's a sequel, but it's not supposed to be the same game, and they change a lot about it, and some people love that and some people hate that. Me personally, I didn't like Diablo 3. They changed too much. They made it too cartoony, the skill trees, all that stuff, but that's beside the point. I think it's more so that it's like supposed to be a new game in the same world, but it's not supposed to be like just Path of Exile 1 with better graphics and better, like, different skills and new classes. It's like a whole new thing. But yeah, with the Asmarian spirit, or wisps, or whatever they're called, if you look on the passive tree, or on the Atlas tree, we can look at it real quick. There is some things, and this is what's interesting about a lot of the changes that they've been making, is that they clearly wanted people to feel motivated to do, like, to go into their Atlas tree specifically for the wisps and the spirit, because like some of these things are inherently supposed to improve like the loot drops and such, but it's something, like I said, that's like a league specific mechanic or whatever. Either way, better drops to me is better, as long as it's not like D4. I'm happy with, because I feel like the drops overall in this game are putrid in comparison to every other ARPG I've played. Even games like Elden Ring, and that's like a different genre, but like that's supposed to be harder than this, but you can still get what you want if you try. And with this game, you can't, unless you just get lucky. or unless you just spend the majority of your time or a good chunk of your time working on trades and doing that kind of stuff. So whereas in Elden Ring, you just play the game and eventually you'll get the items. So yeah, there is a whole section on here for the Asmarian Wisps. There's also like the Exiles, which I feel like the Exiles I don't really have a problem with because I think it's a cool change of pace when you run into one. I don't really care about the loot drops from them as much because it doesn't seem like it's like a core thing. It's just like a random occurrence. But so they didn't announce anything about the Exiles. I don't think anyone's really worried. I haven't heard anyone complaining about the Exiles like drops or anything. But like there is this section over here if you wanted to go into Wisps. But if you go in over here, that means that your strong boxes suck. That means that your essences suck. That means that, you know, all these other things. So like forcing you to lose out somewhere else, which is just going to be a part of your maps no matter what, and have to like only be looking forward to these other aspects means that you waste a lot of time or you just avoid those things in the game altogether. So like I'm only halfway to my max points. It'll be interesting to see when I have all 40 if I'm like at a point where I'm like, dude, I don't even know where to put these points. But based on what I'm seeing, I don't think I'm gonna get there because like I want to fill up the rest of this tree. I want to hit these ones. Like all the tablet and waystone modifiers are pretty important. Like pack size stuff over here. And then like this one was even interesting that I used last league. It didn't, like occasionally you get a double corruption on your waystone, which means that you can have like way more quantity or way more rarity, but it can also double the negatives as well. So I don't know if I'd go into that one this league, but then you like have the stuff for shrines, which is kind of lame. I'm not really interested in like making shrines a primary part of my experience. I think they're just a cool thing that it exists. I view shrines the same way that I view the Exiles. Oh, when I stumble upon a shrine, oh, that's great. Awesome, cool. Like I take less damage or I do more damage or I can run faster, but it's like, who's gonna structure their experience over just finding shrines? Because like there's like the rarity shrine, that's the only one that like really changes your drops in any way or like any of that. So
I'll make
yeah.
you boss. Wait.
What's up, B-Dog? So yeah, I think this area could be revamped or just completely changed or taken out or something. I was going into strong boxes. I've literally never had anything valuable drop from any of the strong boxes except for like 1 or 2 exalted. So I took a couple points out of that to get over to here and to here, where you have a 20% chance to double the effect of your precursor tablets. And this one, just increased effect of modifiers on your waystones for each tablet precursor tower affecting the map area. So yeah, that's also kind of like pushing you to find groups of towers, which is something they said they were trying to go away from. But yeah, that's that. And then the last thing on this, we're almost done with this. On top of that, we're also going to improve, the second improvement is around corrupted nexuses. They can be difficult and time consuming to find. This has also been an issue for me. I've gotten better at like kind of finding the corrupted towers in the fog, if there are any that are like visible in the fog, and then working my way towards them. But that's also, it's just an annoyance, is something that like, that should be something easy to progress early when you're like, getting your Atlas tree filled out should be your first goal, I feel like. And that should be like part of the game. And it kind of used to be, and then they changed that. And yeah, so like having the corrupted nexuses, I don't think inherently is a bad thing. I just think that not being able to find them is bad. So this is awesome that they're doing this, because it says we will be reducing the number of nexuses needed to be completed to attain all your Atlas passive points and improving visibility of them into the fog on the Atlas map. So they're probably going to do something similar like they did with the Citadels. On top of that, we're also going to improve accessibility to pinnacle content, reduce the difficulty of simulacrums and also increase the rewards and lower outlying difficulty spikes from remnants in expeditions. I don't know what that means. Lower outlying difficulty spikes. So essentially reduce the difficulty of simulacrums. I tried doing one earlier today. I got to wave 12 or something before I died, which I was actually kind of surprised. I thought I was gonna die at like 6 or something. But yeah, there was like a point and I had 6 respawns or 5 respawns or whatever. But the issue is the checkpoint is like right where all the bad guys are. So like I respawn and I'm insta dead again. It's not like it restarts the wave or like respawns you anywhere where you have room to like actually engage the monsters. I just kept respawning and insta dying. There was literally nothing I could do. So that hopefully they can fix that issue. But yeah, that's clearly too difficult. It was too difficult last league. Majority of people that were running it nonstop had like insanely OP endgame gear, or they were Spark Sorks, and Spark Sorks are dead. So yeah, now it's just too difficult and there's not really like an outlying group that can like consistently do it nonstop. And then these are some of the changes we'll be working towards deploying over the next couple of weeks. So we should have seen that as an indicator. Originally, I didn't, being like a couple of weeks. What does that mean? Because like, if this is the thing, and they say some of the changes, so you could also see that as like potentially they're doing all these changes next week, and then over the week after that, then they have more changes planned. But either way, and then since then, radio silence, except for today. And this gets back to my main point. Let's see. Here it is. So like what ended up happening is they had to like throw together a Path of Exile 1 event to keep people happy. And I think that it's hard to argue that that didn't affect the amount of time that they were putting into Path of Exile 2 at that time. I don't know why this shit is so slow right now. What the fuck? Let me see if I can open it. Maybe, I don't know if it's their website or if it's my computer freaking out, because so since their plan is slated for a June release for the new league of Path of Exile 1, they're doing another thing where like this doesn't seem like it would take as much resources as making that Fracia or whatever it was called event, because it's due to end on the 23rd, which was today. And so then that would mean that they have an entire month with nothing else to look forward to or to do in Path of Exile 1. So it says we're creating free private league templates to help fill the gap. Next week, we'll add 15 private league templates for PC that you'll be able to create for free with up to 20,000 players in each event. We're planning to have these templates available for a month, approximately until the end of May. A private league template means you will not be able to add your own modifiers like you would normally be able to. We've tried to ensure that there would not be able to add your own modifiers. Okay, so it's just a template for a league if you have a bunch of people that want to play. Like if you're a content creator and you're like, hey, let's do something, Path of Exile 1, here's a template, so you don't have to custom go in and do all that yourself. Someone put a vid in Discord about a cool Spark Sork. I'll have to check it out. Like Barricade, he got back from his vacation and I've been watching his stream the last couple days, and he's doing a Blood Mage Spark, which is pretty solid. So it's not that just Spark itself is dead necessarily. It's that like Like every single thing that was good about the Stormweaver Spark, they nerfed. So Stormweaver itself is not as viable. Now, if somebody has like insane endgame gear, they might be able to still make one viable, but yeah, it'd be interesting to check it out. Just needs a lot of help. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, they're doing these private league templates, and for the most part, I wouldn't think that this would take a lot of extra time to do this. But I do think that, you know, it's another point where we're like, a bunch of people are waiting for this update so we can test out. Because I think what a lot of people are waiting for this league, since a lot of people have already like left the league is already dead to them. They're waiting till next league to see how things go and what changes they decide to make next league before they're even gonna continue playing Path of Exile 2. I think that what is like the problem here is that this upcoming update, a lot of people are waiting to test out to see if the loot changes are significant. And if they are, I think it'll bring people back that were like very hesitant. But like, if you get in the habit of not playing a game, it's really hard to get back into it. Because you just find other things to do, you start playing a new game. So every day that goes by before they release this update, because I personally know like 3 or 4 people that are like, I'm done playing the game. We'll see if this next patch makes like changes anything really. If not, I'm probably gonna wait till next league. And you look at let's see Path of Exile. This is kind of like a self-report, to be honest. Because this is still like, I'm still having fun. I am a little bit frustrated, but I'm having fun, you know. How do we see categories? Go back here, browse. I just want to see the overall viewer count of, okay, so overall viewer count for Path of Exile 2 is 4.3K. Isn't bad. You know, I think it's still in like the top 20 games on Twitch. Like games specifically, like it's probably in the top 10 of games. Overall categories, like you have like just chatting and all these other categories that are like the biggest. But Last Epoch has 12,000 viewers. Now, I know they just came out with their update last week, but it has almost been a full week, or it might have already been a full week. Good morning, Sponge. Love watching Barricade. I found you from a raid. He did? Yeah, I love Barricade. He's great. If the game is fun, it's easy to get back into. This can be true, but like some people, it's like the same way. A lot of streamers hate taking extended time off. Like by extended, I mean like a week off, because when you go to a stream, it's part of your schedule, and you like, you know, at this time of day, I'm gonna go on my phone, throw on a stream while I'm working, while I'm working out, while I'm doing other things, or maybe just hanging out. Like instead of watching TV, you just watch a stream. So a lot of streamers, you'll realize, like rarely take week-long breaks from streaming. Because once people find something else to replace that time slot, getting those people back to watching you is very, very difficult. It's just human nature. It's like, you know, the same with anything. Like people stop playing video games. I stopped playing video games for like 4 years because there was nothing that was really exciting to me, and I just stopped. And then to get back into it, it took COVID. Like I never would have got back, or it's hard to say never, but like I was perfectly content not having that as a part of my life. Now I'm super grateful that I brought it back into my life, but yeah. It's a raid of me. What's up, Astro? Did you raid? I didn't even see something. So if you did, I apologize, because we're streaming on YouTube. This is our first multi-stream in like over a year. And so there might be some issues. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. But like alerts and stuff, that shouldn't be affected as far as I know. I'll make sure I'm logged in over there, but hey. Polis, welcome in. Last Epoch is really fun right now though. See, and that's what I'm saying though, is like, that's the point. Is like, people are having a lot of fun playing Last Epoch. People aren't having a lot of fun playing Path of Exile 2. So that's a problem, in my opinion. Especially because this league, have we even hit the 1 month mark? We haven't. We are like 3 weeks into this league and people are already like completely done with it. And so with this update that's supposed to come, the sooner they get it out, the better. And it's going to be a defining point for this league. I think there's already been a defining point. It's like league launch, because it went probably in their expectations way worse than they were anticipating. But this is another point where things could shift, that if we start like, and I'll spend hours and hours, you know, I'll do like an entire week of streams playing Path of Exile 2, just targeting bosses and Asmarian wisps and all that. And if at the end of that week, it's like, okay, nothing has improved at all, I'm still not getting any upgrades, I'm still not getting any currency, then like, I'll just be like, okay, well, maybe it's time that I step away and we go try out Last Epoch, because that's what everyone else is doing and people are loving it. So I think it's a really important time for them, and I don't know, like having their focus split right now by trying to like make sure that they can get this league for Path of Exile 1 ready, and also dealing with all the fires of Path of Exile 2. I think it's gonna be tough for them to like come out on top of all of this, feeling with a lot of like trust in the player base, like from both sides, from Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2, because a lot of people are just waiting for this update, and I thought it was gonna happen this week, and you know, we read through those patch notes. It's clear that they put a lot of like ambiguous words to try to not get expectations too high for a certain time period, because otherwise they would have just said, you know, not this week, but next week we're planning on releasing this patch. They would have given some kind of timeline within the next 2 weeks, but like a lot of it was very vague, and I think they did that on purpose. So agreed, breath of fresh air after 2 months on a couple 100 hours. I was making a joke. I think 3.5, not sure, stop keeping track because early access. What's up, RHP? We also have to take another thing into consideration. This is a new game, not even out. Oh yeah, no, like I prefaced all of that before any of this. So I'm not here to just shit on the game. I'm just here to be hypercritical because I want this game to succeed, and a lot of other people have just left the game altogether. Like, you know, Ziz and Rax and Woody, and also, did you guys, we might want to talk about that because that's actually interesting to me. All the Woody drama, because I've learned a lot. But yeah, I'm not like, I'm just worried that they don't have the resources to keep both Path of Exile 1 players happy and Path of Exile 2 players happy. And I think right now it's like, okay, this is our time to keep Path of Exile 1 players happy. And then this is our time to keep, like, it's separated, and it's clear that it's separated, because when early access launched, yeah, they had hot fixes and stuff like that, but they weren't doing these like huge changes, changing damage values and like doing updates regularly week after week, because that was right after they announced their that like the league was going to get pushed back for Path of Exile 1, and all those people freaked out, so they had to like put something together real quick. So like their focus was obviously off of Path of Exile 2 and figuring out how to make the game feel better, because people were not having as many issues as people are having now, and the issues have only been amplified from last league because of the fact that people are already unhappy with the way this league has gone so far. So yeah, it's like, it's keeping things in perspective. And if I just thought the game was shit and like was upset, I wouldn't even be doing this. I wouldn't even be talking about it. I would just be playing a different game and just be like, yeah, Path of Exile 2 is in a rough place. Well, you know, we'll see what happens. I'll probably go back next league or something, but I'm not doing that. So yeah. Let me read all these. Update early next week? No. There's no official timeline yet, RHP. I say best case scenario, it's gonna be midweek. Yeah, Rax left. He said he's done for the league. He's gonna be focusing only on Last Epoch. Ziz said he's done with the league. Woody has been playing Last Epoch, doesn't seem to have any intention of coming back. Who else? Who's like another big... Oh, Empyrean Gaming is done with the league. There's another guy. Neversink. Like, so like, probably 5 of the top 10 Path of Exile creators, like the top 5 are all done already. So that's not a good sign. Yeah, he posted on Twitter the other day that he just isn't having fun this league, so. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try out Last Epoch. It's pretty crazy from what I've heard. LMAO. You talking about Woody being a known cheater? That plays into it, because there's a Quinn video. We'll watch the Quinn video, and then even though I know, like, I get it, I really didn't like Quinn a lot for a while, but like, because he's kind of, someone put it perfectly where it's like he's like a 35-year-old Gen Zer or whatever, or Zoomer, whatever, which is a funny way to put it, but I get it. It does make sense. Like, he's kind of just like over the top, but this video is solid. And some of his videos are really solid. You'll know within the first like minute or two if he's gonna be just annoying. So Empyrean, oh, he didn't even start the league. Now you know where I am with D4. Yeah, I think D4 is in a way worse spot. Like, the thing about PoE 2, it is early access. The other thing is they've built up trust with their player base over their entire existence. Grinding Gear Games has been great to their player base for a long time. So like, losing that trust takes a lot longer than it does for Blizzard, who has been screwing their player base for years and years. So they just need to make the game at higher pace, and PoE 2 would be fun, but grinding in slow motion isn't any fun. Yeah, I get what you're saying. No, I was talking about Quinn69 being a Gen Z. He's like a 35-year-old Gen Zer. I hate Quinn, just annoying. Not as bad as XQC, but def in my top 5 annoying streamers / content creators. See, like I said, I get it, but this is a good video. So separate question, how do you know what cosmetic will work for this season? Got a few things. Shit ain't work. Low Bunny, I got a link for you. Nope, that's not the one. Fuck. How do I post this? Oh, here we. Paste. There we go. I'm having connection issues tonight at work. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. We'll catch up with you later. Gunslinger, thank you for coming by, bro. Always a pleasure. But yeah, so yeah, hopefully they get this patch out ASAP, because not only for me, but for the sake of like keeping other people interested in the game and keeping this league exciting, because the less people we have playing, the worse the trade market gets, because the less people have, you know, like the less people playing, that means there's less gear out there. So the gear that is out there is going to be crazy overpriced, even though usually how marketplaces work, we learned this last league, is like supply and demand. If there's a high supply and low demand, they have to lower the price of that product in the real world. That's not the case in Path of Exile 2. Because last league, towards the end of the league, all of the majority of the player base had left, but everything was priced through the roof, even though these people that were selling the gear were probably the people that already had thousands of divines, mirrors and mirrors, and they had nothing to gain out of it other than just trading, just because that's what they love, is just like accumulating wealth. And so yeah, less players we have, the worse prices are going to be, the harder it's going to be to get the gear, and like just to even do content. Like if you are stuck somewhere and nobody's playing that has like super strong characters, then what can you do? Yeah, no problem, Low Bunny. I used to watch Quinn at the beginning of D3. He was okay then, and then he changed and I couldn't watch him anymore. I really hope GGG stays around for the long haul. We need more single studios. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think they're great. Larian is also a great one, yeah. And like, I didn't even love Baldur's Gate 3, but I understand, like, it was like a revolutionary game in a lot of ways. And one of my favorite quotes from when Baldur's Gate 3 came out is that there was a anonymous developer or like studio head or whatever that said, I want people to understand, or like to not get their expectations up with Baldur's Gate 3, because it's impossible for other studios to do what they were able to do, to make like such a big expansive game with such a low budget and not charge like, you know, because when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, wasn't it like $10 less than like the typical price of a AAA game? And they were like, yeah, I don't want people to get their expectations up, because it's like, it's inconceivable for a AAA studio to do what they were able to do. And it's like, well, maybe that's your issue, is that, why is it inconceivable? It's like, what? I love Larian for Divinity Original Sin. Nice. PoE 1 had bad seasons. Yeah. And I'm not like worried about that. I'm not like, oh, this studio's gonna shut down, the game's gonna die. No. Now, if they like have, you know, 4 leagues in a row, then full release of Path of Exile 2 might not make them the money that they're hoping it will. I'm sure they've already made plenty of money to keep them going for a while with just early access sales and microtransactions, even though there's been so few in Path of Exile 2. But I can't imagine, you know, they've, what, like billion plus already probably from Path of Exile 2? That's not like an extreme thing to say, right? Probably somewhere around that. Plenty. Brother, they made bank. Exactly. I remember that. It was not about the seasons. They thought outside the box. Exactly. Okay, let me find that Quinn video. Because this was an interesting situation, and then Woody came out with his own thing, and this is the kind of stuff I really like talking about, just because like it's like just shit internet drama that I just love because it's based in no like reality. Okay, let me turn this down.
Go Woody Joe tweets out, HU Aberrath Downer, and I won 2,500.
Okay, so as pretext for this, or yeah, I guess pretext is the right word. Ziz and EHG, which are the developers behind Last Epoch, came together to make like an event for the launch of the new season of Last Epoch. And what the event was is the first 2 people that beat their new Uber boss that they added get like some prize money, get recognized as like, you know, one of the best in the game, whatever. And only for hardcore though, I think. And so Woody had been, you know, like once he heard about it, had been planning, and like apparently Woody was like into doing like some speed running stuff and like that kind of stuff back in the day. He was really big on D3, and that's where a lot of this drama comes from, because he ended up being the second person to beat this new Uber boss that a lot of people have tried, said it's like awesome design, that people weren't able to beat it in like the first day. I don't think anybody beat it until day 2 of the season being out. And with like how many people went back to play the game and how many like hardcore ARPG players they have, it's pretty impressive. So that's just the context. Yeah, more likely 3B. That may go for a year to pay the workers. I have no idea how much devs in New Zealand make, like what their salary is, but yeah.
$8. World second, what a journey. Great season, great patch. Full fight, 20 minutes. GD to Zizzer and posting the race. Hashtag Last Epoch. Boom. Ziz replies. Boom. I've been committed to rolling videos ineligible for prizing for his Uber on the kill. EHG confirmed Video had access to the closed test client. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's... Oh.
You know, I lied. And all that kind of bullshit, man. And then you have people like Queen69, who's certainly gonna jump on that at some point as well. And he already keeps doing that shit all the time. For some reason, he just hates me. I don't know why.
No!
No!
No! That's cope. That's cope. That's hard cope. This, I don't hate Woody Joe. I do hate people who lie, though. You know. Okay.
I don't hate him.
This is all there
But if he's
is,
lying,
real basic.
I hate people who lie, so.
But I don't
hate him.
Ever. I don't know of a single one, not a single verified person ever has been banned for Turbo HUD. The entire leaderboard. You could not form a group where everyone in the...
Y'all remember when people used to just like play games? Yes. That was before the internet existed. Or like super early internet. People were still just playing games. But we're in a new world now, uppercase. This is a big deal. I am now reacting to Quinn, reacting to Woody Joe, and also reacting to somebody else who made a video about Woody Joe. And this is entertainment.
Entirely, but wasn't they're all Turbo HUD. Turbo HUD everywhere. None of these guys banned. Do you know who got banned?
Jesus
Modders.
fucking Christ.
Do you know who never got banned? Turbo HUD users. Okay, it's a real simple. So, I wouldn't care. If anyone, dude, I group with like the guy Leonidas.
Okay, so what he's talking about is back in D3, Woody Joe got his account permanently banned. And his response was that he was using this like third-party software called Turbo HUD, which is supposed to just like help you keep things organized and help like view things on screen. I have no idea. I didn't really play D3. but I do know like this history now. And but Woody Joe has always said, I never bought it. Like, he's always stood by that. It's like one of those things, you know, when you say a lie and then you're too deep in the lie to go back and just be like, yeah, you know. But like, the problem is unless you deal with it, then like you're always gonna have that negative reputation or connotation associated with your name until you change that. And everything you do that's even a little bit questionable, it will always be brought up forever, especially on the internet. And so what Quinn is saying is everybody used Turbo HUD. He used Turbo HUD. There was like a developer at Blizzard that came out and said he even used Turbo HUD. They said they're never gonna ban anyone for using Turbo HUD. And Woody Joe got his account permabanned and has always claimed that he never bought it, and he got banned because he was using Turbo HUD. So that's where that drama started from.
Yes, I agree with all the time. Hardcore. Dude, that guy, I mean, he's hardcore bots. I'm not mad. I don't hate him. He's on leaderboards. He's pushing. He gets banned like every other season because he bots. Nobody gets banned for Turbad. So if you say you got banned for Turbad, you're lying, and it pisses me off. And that's the only reason I say it. It's because people, did you bring it up? Nobody got banned for Turbad ever. Not one. Not a single. You can go to the
I know nothing
Turbad
about
forums.
any of
You can
this,
look at
but
it.
that's
No
sus.
one
Yeah,
got
that's what I'm
banned there.
saying. But it's like, because right off the rip, when you get caught, you're not gonna say, you get what I mean? Like, especially because this probably was when Woody's like stream was first starting to like pop off. Like, I think he got big during D3, like a lot of those guys, and then his account gets banned, and he's like, everybody's okay with certain things in the game, but nobody likes botters. And they're like, well, then this whole charade you've put up, the whole audience that you've created because you're always at the top of the leaderboards, but you've been using bots this whole time, that explains it. It's all a lie. You suck. Like, you get what I mean? It would be pretty detrimental to his career, probably. But like, to never just like go back and address it and be like, yeah, I fucked up. That was years ago. I've grown up a lot in the last 6 years or whatever. And just be like, yeah, like a bunch of people were doing it. That was the only way to make it to the top of the leaderboards. And yeah, people are going to be pissed for a bit, but then like they'll get over it. But if you just keep the lie going, people will keep bringing it up for your entire career. Now it all makes sense. Yeah, Woody got huge during D3. I recall them saying they wouldn't ban for Turbo HUD, but then they went back on that and changed their mind and announced it. Quinn is 100% wrong. There have been bans issued because of Turbo HUD. See, and I don't know enough, but like, there was a dev from Blizzard that said they use Turbo HUD when they're playing the game just for convenience. So I don't know if that was before or after their change of opinion, like banning people at certain times and not banning them for using certain things. So I don't know. The only other streamer bigger than Woody was Darth Microtransaction. Roast Pork Belly, how are you doing? Okay, have a great stream, guys. Work time. RHP, have a great day at work. Hope it goes super smooth for you. As always, don't crash and don't get stabbed. Be safe out there, bro. No, don't go. Have fun.
They're fucking archived. You could look at it. Nobody ever got banned for Turbo HUD. So when you sit there going, oh man, I don't know why someone hates me. Well, it's like, I never bought it. I just only ever used Turbo HUD and I got, like, dude, it's like, bro, come on.
I'm gonna look it up.
That's, I'm being gaslit and it's fake.
We're gonna fact check Quinn in live. We're gonna fact check him live, even though this video is like a day and a half old, but.
Fucking use. And you're victimizing yourself. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Nobody ever got banned for Turbo HUD.
And then I have even more people coming to my chat and talking shit.
Okay, who's talking shit right here, bro? Quinn is a fucking clown, that's why. Because he turns and schedules him. Fuck Quinn, to be honest. Very few I can't stand. He is one. What did Quinn do exactly? What did I do? Dude, if there was people in my chat
That's what it is, I guess.
saying shit like that about Woody Joe, I'd ban them. Let's not get it twisted. And that's fake news to say that I hate him, and I'm just out to get him. Complete delusion. Complete delusion. I just don't like people blatantly lying. That's it. It's a blatant lie, and he's been doubling down on it forever, and I don't know why.
Okay, here's the response. Blizzard has not officially confirmed widespread bans specifically for using Turbo HUD in Diablo 3. Turbo HUD, a third-party overlay tool, violates Blizzard's terms of service for Diablo 3 because it provides features like map revealing and detailed game information, which gives players an unfair advantage. Blizzard has stated that using such tools can lead to account warnings or permanent bans, as they explicitly prohibit add-ons, overlays, or any software that modifies the game client. But in 2019, Blizzard game producer Matthew Cedarquist addressed Turbo HUD on the Diablo 3 forum, stating it should not be used in the game in its current state due to its unfair advantages, hinting at future action but not confirming immediate bans. Despite this, community discussions on forums like Reddit and OwnCore suggest that no significant bans targeting Turbo HUD users exclusively. Many players reported using it for years without being banned, especially if they avoided leaderboard competition or botting. That's another thing about it, though, is that Woody was always on the leaderboards. So because of that, they might have specifically targeted his account. That's also... It's one of those things that if Woody isn't lying, then we'll never know unless like a D3 dev comes out and says, we banned Woody specifically for Turbo HUD. And that's it. The lack of documented Diablo 3 ban waves for Turbo HUD could be due to detection challenges or Blizzard's focus on botting and more blatant cheats, especially in a game considered less active after Diablo 4's announcement. Still, using Turbo HUD carries a risk of disciplinary action, even if enforcement is inconsistent or underreported. Boom.
Why?
So it is
Woody Joe was
possible.
like, whatever, bro.
One of my lovely viewers gifted me Last Epoch, so I'm playing that now. Hell yeah, roast pork. Fuck, I hit his girlish high-pitched voices, makes me cringe. I found bans on the Turbo HUD related forums. The bans were only issued due to obvious botting. So yeah, you're saying that you could get banned if you're using Turbo HUD, but it was only because you were also botting? Is that what you're saying, Zaylin? What is going on with this tonight? What's up, Gar? What do you mean?
Bro, yeah, okay, I bought a dog, and I, like, nobody would care. But yet, your boy Woody Joe, claims his ban for Turbo, which never happened to anyone ever, not once. And the reality is, he doesn't want to admit. Either A, there's two things that happen. Either Woody Joe botted his account, right? Or
No, it's not, Dart. It's an overlay that shows you where things are on the map. So essentially, imagine in Path of Exile 2, you had an overlay that said, this is where every item you want to get on the map is going to be. This is where like the rare chest is. This is where everything is. And then tells you which monsters are going to be over there too, so that you can like avoid certain groups of monsters. Like, I think it just gives you all the information of what you're doing before you do it, so that you can target. You don't have to spend any extra time wandering. You just target what you want to target and then get out. That's what I can ascertain. Botting is like having other people giving you currency and loot, and not other people, just a program that's just like collecting resources for you nonstop, or you're botting for experience So you have a bot playing your account, doing really simple tasks while you're sleeping, so you can move up leaderboards and stuff like that. Yeah, because Turbo HUD can use scripts. You can completely automate the entire gameplay. Like can auto loot, auto move towards something, auto cast, auto pot, auto TP on bag, auto deposit. Well, then why would Quinn even be saying this? Because he obviously was a big part of the D3 community. So like, wouldn't it just be making him look bad if he was like going out of his way to make this video, like to even post it on YouTube? It's one thing to say something during a live stream, but to cut it out of your live stream to post it on YouTube to be like my official thoughts on Woody situation. Autobots roll out. But then like, wouldn't the entire D3 community side with Woody? But like Woody felt the need to go out of his way to like we'll get to that at the end of this. But it just seems like it would be a lose-lose. Like Quinn doesn't get anything out of it. It makes him look bad and stupid if he's saying that nobody's ever been banned exclusively for using Turbo HUD. Everybody used Turbo HUD. Like it wasn't a big deal. And people only got banned for botting when Turbo HUD was just a different way of botting. Bringing up because he's not allowed to claim a prize in LE feels like a long shot to me. Yeah, that's the whole point. He's just like setting the stage for why he thinks that it, because like Woody has been very defensive since, and like kind of frustrated because he's like, I did it second. I didn't even know I had the client on my PC. I got it before the game even came out in full release, and I haven't opened it since then, which is like 100% could be true, but like, it's just the like lack of everybody who was in that D3 community, because like the whole D3 community has said that Woody cheated. So like that was the first thing Dark said when he came in, was like, oh, about how Woody cheated in D3. I didn't even pay attention to D3, but like everything I've ever heard, or people who didn't like Woody, is like because he cheated on D3. And so the sentiment is that he obviously did something wrong, whether it was because of Turbo HUD or not. But if it was as common as Quinn is saying, then why would it be a big deal either way? If he was like, because then he probably just got banned for Turbo HUD if it was like just botting. If you could just use it just to bot anyway, then why would you have a separate program to do your botting?
Or there's actually a worse option, by the way. There is a worse option. A lot of the EU guys, specifically, even in the EU, the Guild Zero Empathy, you could ask MP Gaming. I did an interview with MP. There was these guys. They had this thing called what's it called? Diablo Helper? Oh fuck. Whatever. It was a custom hack they had. It was a custom hack which automated a bunch of gameplay while you played to give you a completely unfair advantage when you're pushing gritters. Oh, you're wrong. No. There's no. Okay. Nobody got banned for Turbo HUD.
Most people only use Turbo HUD for mapping and loot filter, maybe auto loot. I don't think many people automate the whole experience. Those that do run everything, is too high of a risk. Opinion, things you can add. I think Woody used the scripts from Turbo HUD and that's why he got banned. Optional things you can add. Okay, so you can add those scripts to Turbo HUD, like they provide them to do the like automate everything, but like those are different than just what 95% of people who use Turbo HUD used it for. Okay.
Bro, I talked to one of the main Diablo 3 devs at BlizzCon was yapping to me, talking about how he uses Turbo HUD. He said that we never plan on banning anyone with Turbo HUD. Nobody got banned for Turbo. Anyone who says they got banned for Turbo HUD is lying. They are lying. They are lying, which is the only reason why it constantly gets brought back up. And if someone wasn't blatantly lying in the current year, 2025, about something that...
Well, here's the other option then. Because Woody could have done that. And he's technically not lying. If that's the case. You get what I mean? Then you never have to admit to botting. Because you're like, I got banned for Turbo HUD. Yeah, I downloaded the botting scripts on Turbo HUD, but I got banned for Turbo HUD.
Happened fucking, I don't know how long ago. For what? Because all that's happening is you're Streisanding it, right? You're Streisanding. Nobody would care if you fucking cheated in a video game 10 years ago, bro. I fucking botted the shit out of RuneScape, man. I botted the fuck out of RuneScape. I was the biggest RuneScape botter ever. Nobody cares.
Ever.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And
Okay, we can
together
probably
and
skip
bombs is
forward.
until zero. Anyway, we should all go rally together and bombs is until Woody gets his reward. Obviously, hopefully he's banning these guys, because that would be what do you call this? Hate rating? It's hate rating. Okay, where we go? Event admin committed ruling. Would use available browsing the Uber Roth kill. EHG confirmed would enjoy access to the closed test client. Players with access to the community testing program CT up
RuneScape
to
botting
the
was
launch of
hype.
season 2 will not
I
be
think Quinn
eligible
is
to
splitting
claim
hairs
prizes.
when he says no one has got.
They have an unfair advantage to the information and ability to practice the encounter before the content has become
I
available to everyone.
I think he's using the context of everybody who is using Turbo HUD the same way. And then, like, botting is a separate category, even if it is part of something that you can use the script for Turbo HUD, if that makes sense. Even though they're both Turbo HUD, you have to have those botting scripts, the automate everything scripts, to have it be called botting versus, like, it's all Turbo HUD either way. But he's like, you know, adults know the difference. I think that kind of thing. I didn't use it under fear of losing my account. Yeah, see, and that's probably smart. It's the same way with, like, having macros on Path of Exile 2 or on Diablo 4, where it's like, as long as you're not, like, have macros connected to a script to, like, give you an unfair advantage, you're probably fine. As long as you're not doing something nefarious, which they can easily see if they, like, look into your account, then having a macro to just, like, cast something every 3 seconds, probably not a big deal. So if you're, like, super worried about it, you know, it's the same thing. We had that guy we rated, that Spanish guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Noel. And he was like, I keep getting told that I'm gonna get banned for doing giveaways. And I was like, well, if you're that worried about it, then don't do it. Problem solved. Like, I do giveaways, but I'm very specific when I'm doing my giveaways. And I didn't have any issues last league. And if I get banned for doing it, and I'm following the rules that one of their community managers on the forums posted, then I can appeal it and say, here's the proof of what I was doing, and then if they're like, okay, well, no more giveaways, then I'm just like, okay, no more giveaways, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's obviously makes sense. That obviously makes sense. If you could
All
go
these
and
companies
just
have
like,
ways to
spend
detect botting,
fucking,
macros,
you know,
etc.
a week
Just
just
don't
practicing, just getting a
do
character
it,
up,
or do it
min-maxing,
at your
practicing.
own
Of course,
risk,
that makes sense.
period. Yeah.
That's
Well,
a reasonable fucking rule to
botting
have.
is,
Yeah.
like, macros is, to me, like I said, seems like the smallest thing on their list of priorities of things to, like, ban people for. Like, you have RMT, botting, account hacking, scamming, like, you know, legit cheats that just like break the game and give you loot that you shouldn't be able to get or whatever. And they don't even have enough time to do that shit. So you think they're gonna but like, I wouldn't put macros and botting on the same category. I think macros is like on the category of like giveaways, probably, or probably even below giveaways.
100%. As well as this, because there's a fully offline client for CT, so there's no way of tracking which CTs to practice a fight. We also can't track what is read in the CT Discord. Any person who has access to CT in any way is ineligible. That's a the question is, yeah, what I would like to know, did he practice the boss and then play off like he didn't practice the boss? Now, if he practiced the boss and said, yo, I already practiced this boss before the game came out, and he was just upfront about it, again, be like, okay, oh, he just didn't know there was a role. Unlucky. Right? This is pure, yeah. It's 100%. And it's like, am I going to believe the guy who's just been
A lot of games allow macros, however, they don't allow botting. Yeah.
About some random fucking
And
bullshit.
I think it's like
nobody cares
what you're
about.
doing with the
He said he
macros.
didn't.
You get what I mean?
So it's like, okay, so you've got past
'Cause
behavior,
there are ways
and
to
you could,
use
you could try
macros
to judge based on that.
to
That's
give you
pointless.
an
I think
unfair
the only
advantage.
way to do it,
There's
the
also
only way to do
ways
it is just to rule out
to use
anyone who did
macros
access,
just so you don't
be
have to
safe.
press
Because
7
anyone can
buttons.
say anything.
And
anyone
you
can
have
say
like
anything.
a timer in your head.
You could say, hey, I didn't do it. I didn't practice. You can't track it, right? It was offline. There's an offline client. You don't know. Which is why the rule... So it makes
Like
sense
having
to just say,
blink
well,
on swap
this
on
is
your
all just
weapon
hearsay.
swap. Where
We've
it's
got
just
a hard
like,
rule. And this is totally reasonable and makes sense. This is
that
totally
giving you
reasonable
an
and makes
unfair
sense. It's the only
advantage?
fair way of doing
no,
it, which makes sense.
It's just convenient.
Regardless of Woody actually played the update on the text line or not, giving creators full access to games for release is extremely stupid. Solving the game before release, releasing tier lists, etc. This is not.
Okay, I feel like
Steel
he's
Mage.
covered
Like,
most of the things.
He could have been like, but whatever. All last night. But then the bandwave would come. They would just build up the bat. They would.
Okay, so that's the bulk of this. But then we need to go to X to look at Woody's, because he posted a response today. Not specifically to the video, but just to the whole situation, I guess. Because like I said, I don't think it would have been a big deal, but like he was obviously like trying to usually, and here's the bad thing, like if you have a reputation, which whether it's fair or not for Woody, he does have a reputation from D3 and in the ARPG community. Like once you start defending yourself, you look guilty. Just in normal life, typically, if you start getting defensive about something that's clearly not true, that's a sign of guilt. So like, I think that he was getting defensive to try to prevent people from making it into a bigger thing than it was. And then he like made it into a bigger thing than it is because of that. But yeah, he said, after my initial celebration for winning the prize for world #2 run, I was deemed disqualified by Ziz last Epoch Uber Aberoth race. Before I jump into the details of what happened, I want to preface this post with the following. I accept the disqualification without dispute. And am happy all the other winners and accomplishments, this insane challenge successfully. Everyone fully deserves the recognition. I'm not mad at Ziz and his team for how they handled this situation, and no one should hold it against them. I'm not mad at EHG for any reason either. I'm not mad about the loss of the prize money. From what I gathered, neither Ziz nor EHG, who can track all kinds of stuff on my account, think that I actually used any unfair advantage in the race. And I think the whole point of Quinn's video isn't that like he cheated for this event. I think the whole point is, here's an example where Quinn fully believes that he cheated and won't just admit to it. And here's another time where he's been caught in a precarious situation, and it's like, you know, once a thief, always a thief. Once a drug addict, always a drug addict. Once a whatever. Use whatever form of that you want to use, but I think that was the whole point. And you know, he's also trying to make it entertaining and whatever for content as well. So 14 months ago, before the launch of Last Epoch, I was given access to closed testing client by EHJ. I don't recall the exact circumstances. It was effectively the last few days right before launch. I simply loved the design and they newly introduced Falconer Rogue Mastery and wanted to try it out for a bit, and I leveled one of them to level 80 or so, tossed aside and ignored in a list of random 100 Steam games. Fast forward, Ziz announces the race and rules. Everyone knows that I live for this stuff, and of course I want to claim the world first, with many acknowledging I would be a likely candidate for that achievement given my track record. I begin practicing and preparing for it to make sure I can max my chances. Fast forward, world's first falls, slain by Woodish. Funny coincidence, with a follow-up a few hours later by me. I celebrated and go to sleep after an exhausting 3 days of racing, knowing I had achieved something incredible despite coming in second. The next day I wake up, start my stream, then realize that there was a dispute about this. My stream just finished. It lasted for 36 hours because I had decided to blast a hardcore marksman. So it took a while to get this reply out on X. Still awake typing this. So that's the thing, is I think this all happened 2 or 3 days ago, and he just put this out today, which is also strange. Like, obviously it's a really long post. He streams, but it would be easy. Like, and I think over that time, things that he was saying on stream was like, well, I didn't even use that client. So like, you know, like, cause like I saw clips of him on X earlier where he was kind of like disputing it. And then even that video that Quinn showed at the top where he's like, you know, Quinn's going to jump all over this and all these other people are going to call me a cheater and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, it's always better to have a response, either have a response quickly or don't respond at all. Usually on the internet, it's better to just not respond at all. Because if you don't respond, you don't feed the trolls. They live off of this shit. In any case, at no point was I either aware or even considering the possibility that I could have been disqualified. I did read the rules and understood them. Just by logic alone, it would be foolish to invest dozens of hours of prep, another few dozen hours of racing to try to win a prize I knew I wasn't eligible for, because EHG would be able to tell in an instant if I had violated any rules. Further, it would be even more foolish and extremely hypocritical to try to claim that I did so legitimately, even though I secretly used advantages like insider information or even practicing on the closed test server or closed client or whatever it was called. What I was not aware of is the CT client that EHG had gave me 14 months ago prior was still functional and getting updated with all the latest patches. This is actually a fair point too, because like every time that there's PTR for D4, you have to like re-download the PTR. It's not like you download it once, it gets updated, but the servers just aren't live, and then the servers go live and you can hop in there. So that's a good point. And like I said, I don't think that he actually did something wrong in this. I just think that it's funny because it became a big thing, and it's just funny that like, cause like, he came out, look at how long this fucking tweet is. Look at this shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 scrolls of a tweet. That's insane. But essentially saying that it struck me completely by surprise at this point. From my experience, the general flow pretty much always goes like this. Sign an NDA, get game client access, access gets revoked, patch, server goes offline after X amount of time. In case of another test later on, usually a new client downloaded is needed, like in D4, and likely even a new NDA. The way that EHD does things is that they just left my Steam account flagged to enter the CT at any time indefinitely. Even though I considered this a one and done moment from over a year ago, I also do not have an active NDA with EHG. Neither was I asked to sign one 14 months ago, nor for season 2. Well, if you weren't asked to sign one in the beginning, why would you expect them to have you sign one now? So that kind of negates that whole NDA point. I'm not sure why that is, and it might simply be because they trust me enough, which is also funny. Oversight, because it appears other people like my fellow Maxwell content creators do have NDAs, including dates for embargo. Bruh just casually wrote a novel. Yes, he did. And this is like supposedly after like 2 full days of streaming since it became like an issue. Which, props to him. So yeah, NDAs, other people that he knows has NDAs and he never got one, so the client thing didn't seem like a thing, and he's claiming that he didn't even remember that he had ever had access to that client or didn't even know it was still like downloaded or whatever, which I think is most likely true, because to trick thousands of people live on stream that you're like, oh my god, this is such a crazy mechanic, and to be doing all the practicing and all that other shit, it just seems very unlikely. And for what, $2,500? Like, you think he would go through all that effort of trying to trick people that he actually knew the fight? But like, I get why they have it in place, because there's no way to know for sure, and there are people called sociopaths that can effectively like manipulate other people and their own emotions to seem authentic to regular people. Like, so, you know, from a company standpoint, I get why they have it. I don't think he did anything wrong. But it is funny, because why are you writing this all out if you didn't do anything wrong? Just say, I had no idea. I even had it downloaded. I get it. My bad. I should have been more thorough looking through the rules. Never practiced the fight. You know, all these things. Like, just be like, yeah, it's my bad. I didn't even know I had it downloaded. I'm not mad. Shout out to whoever won. GG's. That's it. That's all you have to post. But when you're going this hard in the paint to defend yourself, it makes, in my opinion, it makes you look more guilty. Like, I don't know why you would do this. Unless it's guilt from before, where he did cheat and he's trying to like prove that he's a good person by writing this all out and being like, you know, it just, why? What's the point of it? What's up, Hitman? How are you? Okay, in any case, this post includes everything I have to say about this. And while it would be amazing to actually win a prize and cash in the end, it wasn't about earning $2,500. For me, it was about, like, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. That's essentially what he's saying. But obviously the hype and fun factor are just much higher when there's something like a Ziz race and cash prizes going on, and all the tryhards show up to snatch a piece of the pie. Props to Ziz and the team and EHG for hosting this event. I had a ton of fun despite everything and continue to blast the season for as much as I can. See, like, this paragraph alone would have sufficed. You get what I mean? You don't need fucking that. Special thanks to my community who had my back during this and showed much understanding. That's also like bad phraseology to be like, why do they need to have your back? It's an implication of whether it's meant to be or not, is an implication of some form of guilt. Where it's like, shout out to you guys because you still had my back, even though everybody was shitting on me and people were spreading misinformation about me. Like, there's all these terms that we've gotten so used to hearing people say all the time that it's like, if you hear that, it auto triggers in your brain that they've done something wrong, even though inherently it doesn't mean that they did something wrong. But clearly, like, I also understand language isn't, like, English isn't his first language, so that could be part of it. But you'd think, like, in the modern era, you've seen this stuff happening. You know, it's like when Dr. Disrespect says, like, shout out to all my real fans that still had my back through all this, and it's like, Yeah, but you admitted to doing something wrong. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's like trying to call out people as if they're lying when they weren't, or vice versa. So it's just an implication of guilt, I feel like. And like I said, I don't think he did for this event, but like just all this back and forth, and then seeing Quinn get involved was just hilarious because it's just like, why? Why people love jumping on shit like this, like piranhas? It was just an honest mistake. No, that's what I'm saying, Blood. But it's just funny because I think that he didn't need to do all of this for an honest mistake. Like when I honestly mistake, I'm just like, oh, my bad. That's it. And so like, I don't think he did anything wrong. I just think this is a bad way. It comes off poorly for someone who didn't do anything wrong, because it makes you look more guilty if you're typing several pages of a tweet to explain how you ended up in this situation, because it's like an over explanation for just being like, apparently I still had the client and that was against the rules, no big deal, shout out to the guys who won, thanks for the event, I had a great time, I'm gonna keep playing the game. That's all you have to say. But like, he's like talking about like his bathroom habits during, he's like, at this part in my stream, you can see I went to the restroom, and at this point I was eating, and there was no human growth hormones in that food. I can guarantee it. It was tested by a scientist beforehand. And it's like, wait, what? What do you mean he doesn't need to defend himself? No, all he needs to do is just say, my bad. That's it. This isn't like, when you get defensive, you imply guilt, whether you are guilty or not. And that's the whole thing about it. That's the whole point of this even being drama, is by getting defensive, why are you defensive if it's not a big deal? If you're just like, yeah, no big deal. I don't get the cash prize. Shout out to whoever won. I had a great time. But anytime, and it's just human nature, like, because anyone who's trying to explain a situation and you get into way too much detail, it makes you look guilty, because that's what people do when they're lying. You see it all the time. Like, there's like a clip I watched the other day of a guy who got arrested for fraud because he went to a bank and tried to withdraw money from an account that he didn't have access to. And he was like over explaining and going into way too much detail about this friend that he was meeting in the bank parking lot to try to buy a PS5 from him. And then his friend was the one that went into the bank, and he never even went into the bank, and his friend was wearing like the exact outfit his friend was wearing. And it's like this whole time he's explaining these things to the cops, and they literally have like video footage from the bank showing him walking in and talking to the teller. So like, to them it's just hilarious, because it's like, why are you, what like, but it's like, that's what people do when they're lying, is they go into way too much detail and they over explain and they get way too defensive. No, here's the thing, you're on the internet, you're a content creator, you're gonna, like, there's gonna be shitty people. That's just the way it is. Woody knows that. He's been doing it for a long time. I'm not saying it's okay to shit on him. I'm just saying that all of this doesn't make him look good to people who already are gonna think he's guilty no matter what. You get what I mean? Like, I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm not saying Quinn's right. I'm saying this whole thing is hilarious because it didn't need to be made into a thing. Like, Quinn obviously made it worse by like making a whole video about it and, you know, like kind of shitting on him. And then also other people on the internet are just shitheads. Like, that's just the way it is. Why do you care what anyone, if you know what you did and like you know you didn't do anything wrong, why do you give a shit what other people think, especially on the internet? Like, he has nothing to prove. So by doing this, it just gives the people who don't like him more ammunition. So yeah. Yeah, also Blood, you need to relax because you weren't even in here like half the time we were talking about this. It's embracing. Nailed it. One of y'all got that? LMFAO? Well, that went left real fast. He just came in like 3/4 of the way of me talking about this situation and starts freaking out for no reason. Hey, teach your own. It's the internet. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's an example of what people are doing to Woody. They just come in not knowing any of the like details, freak out, start shitting on Woody just because they heard it. Like, if they're a big Quinn fan, they see his one video and then they're just like, fuck you, cheater, you suck, trying to steal money from people. It's like, who are you? But why would I care what Blood thinks? Doesn't affect me at all. Woody's been doing this and he's way more successful than I am. So I don't get why he, you know, let it affect him so much. I saw the last message. For 1 second, he was gone. That's the second stream I've watched him get banned from live. Really, Spike? What was the other one? That's hilarious. Damn, I missed it. Keyboard Warrior. I've been passed out for a while. What happened? Yeah, so Min, Woody, like, there was an event going on for Last Epoch to beat the new hardest boss they added to the game. Woody, it was like for the top 2 or top 3 people who completed it, got like a cash prize and got recognized as like world's first and all that stuff. Woody actually took second, like he was the second person to complete it. But then they found out that he had some closed, like basically the PTR client, but for Last Epoch, even though he probably hadn't, he said he hadn't even opened it in like over a year. He didn't know he still had access to it. But anybody that had access to that client was disqualified from the event because technically they could have got an unfair advantage and played the content beforehand, before like the patch even went live or the season went live. And so like, but then he came out with this crazy long response about it. And I was just saying, you can just say like, you know, it always makes you look guilty if you're over explaining and you're trying to like convince people that you didn't do something wrong, more so than if you're just like, my bad to anybody who's hating on me, you know, like I don't listen to the haters, or I don't mind the haters. I didn't know I still had the client, whatever. Congrats to the people who won. Shout out for Ziz for putting on the event. Like you can literally say one paragraph, like 5 sentences, and just be like, I'm good, like my bad. And then people are like, oh, okay, because then you don't feed the haters. But by posting all of this gives them like, oh, well, why would he say all these things? Why would he go into so much detail? Why would he be saying that like he had it on his Steam category? Like, you know, like they're gonna pick out every little thing about it. And I don't think he did anything wrong. I think it was just an honest mistake. But then homeboy comes in here as I'm like talking about it 3/4 of the way through and just like instantly starts riding his dick. And I'm like, dude, relax. This isn't what, like, go take your medicine, okay? Go find your meds, relax. Yep, Nug Run. Oh shit, that's hilarious. Just some dude getting his shit all turned over nothing. I feel like you're not attacking, you're explaining what he should have said. Yeah, like, and I tried, like, I think the Quinn video is funny just because Quinn is Quinn, and like, that's also part of his like online persona, is to go over the top and to be extreme and like, you know, but like I didn't know a lot about Woody, his drama from D3, so watching that Quinn video, it like made sense to me because I had heard people talking before, because I've always liked Woody. In D4, I thought he was great. He seems like super down to earth, seems like a chill guy. I always liked his content, his guides, all of that. And then in Path of Exile 2, same way. But then I would have people come in and be like, say something about Woody being a cheater, or Woody, like how they don't like Woody because of something. And I was like, I never knew what they were talking about. So when I watched Quinn's video, having that context, which is kind of unrelated to this current situation, but that's how you do when you're building a story or a narrative, is you use past examples to explain why you believe something now. And even in Quinn's video, he's like, whether or not he was cheating or not, like, I don't think he did, but like, this happened back in D3, so you never know. But it's just content. It's a lot of it's just clickbait, and it's just hilarious, like, internet drama. That's why I wanted to talk about it, not to like take a side or just shit on Woody. It's just because I think it's hilarious that people get so worked up over nothing. Oh, damn, poor Woody. Yeah, right? I've been playing MLB The Show 25 and listening. True, but Woody's the type that over-explains everything he does in anything. Yeah, and like I said, it just provides ammunition for people who he's not going to change their mind anyway. Like, if they don't like him and they believe he's a cheater, no amount of explaining is going to change their mind. So why do it? Because like all it's going to do, like I said, is give them ammunition. But he's his own man. He does whatever he wants to do. If he wants to over-explain because that's how he feels like is the best way to process it, I just think that this is going to bring
Ban the whole chat. Just ban everybody.
more hate to
Ban
him.
everybody. We're doing a hard reset.
And he doesn't deserve that. So that's my standpoint on all of it, is like, it sucks because Woody does seem like a good guy. He does, like, I never thought in D4 or anything he was ever doing anything sketchy, or like that it was any sketchier than what any other content creator was doing. You know, like getting free loot from your chat or whatever. Like, people would give me gold in D4 for like giveaways and stuff. So, but yeah, I always liked him. So it just sucks because I'm like, dude, you should know by now that this is only gonna make it worse for you, and you don't seem like you deserve it. Attacking equals Woody did it. Explaining equals Woody's in a little bit of hot water, guys, is what I was gonna say to the one dude. Yes, exactly. We don't take meds here. We're unfiltered. This is possibly true. Woody is a good guy. He just got a bad rap. Whether he cheated or not in D3, and Quinn has always been a huge... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's like Quinn's thing. But you can also like negate the amount of hate you receive by how you respond or don't respond. A perfect example, because I remember, like, do you guys ever watch those channels that literally just farm like streamer or content creator controversy? Like Jamari is one of them. There's another one like Oompaville. He doesn't do it as much like as like extreme, but Oompaville usually just talks about the situations. But like, one thing I remember seeing is one of these guys who's like one of the top guys, and he was like, the best thing to do if you're ever in like a controversy or whatever, especially on the internet, is don't say anything at all. Because like, if you do an apology video, it gets completely trolled. Nobody thinks you're authentic. People are just going to use it as ammunition, and it's going to like be worse for your career. You're going to lose a lot of followers. He's like, the best thing to do is don't say anything. Don't respond. Just leave it alone. Because like, either the truth will come out, and then you responding in between when the truth comes out and not doesn't change that at all, or people just move on. The more that you respond and talk about it, the more ammunition you're giving people who are gonna believe you're guilty, whether you like it or not, or whether it's true or not. And like, the best example of this is Mr. Beast. There was like a bunch of Mr. Beast controversy last year, and people were like, this guy shows up out of the woodworks. No one even knows who this dude is. And he's like, I worked for Mr. Beast. He like worked for him for like a week apparently. And he made this whole video and got millions and millions of views, like exposing Mr. Beast. And then like all these other people started piling on, and then Mr. Beast never responded. He just like went about his business, kept making videos, like addressed the people directly who were like saying he didn't pay them for like charitable events that they were doing and stuff. Like it's like a multi-billion-dollar company he's running. Of course, some things are gonna slip through the cracks, but it was just an excuse for people to like show up because it was like the one time anyone had something bad to say about Mr. Beast. And then in the end, he proved all of it wrong, or like 95% of it wrong. He paid all the people that said they hadn't been paid. Like he went directly because, you know, he's part of a company. Like he has like accountants and like a board of his company. He has like all these restrictions. And so like, it's not like Mr. Beast was like, don't pay those guys. It's like something that just got fucked up. But like, he didn't know that it had been fucked up. So he personally went and paid all the people that like, and then in the end, what? Like Mr. Beast still has a great reputation. Nobody like gives a shit about any of that. That guy got completely destroyed because like all of his stuff in his video that he was saying about Mr. Beast was like able to be proven false. And so, yeah, I think that's the best way to deal with it. Sup? I watched Oompa. Yeah, I love Oompa because he's just like, he's like, how do you say this without being offensive? He's like the perfect kind of autistic. And like, he's like, some of the things that he does and says are way too over my head. And I just am like completely lost. But like, he's also like part of it, his like sense of humor and stuff is like right down my alley. So he's like, it's the most interesting thing to watch. Cause I'm like, how do you even like come up with these things? And that's not calling out anyone. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, I've never been diagnosed with autism. Who knows? Who knows? I don't really care. I've been living my life fine, not knowing, but I'd be surprised if I did. But it seems like half the people on the internet are now. You missed a lot, Obnoxious. You missed bans. Someone said the N-word. It got crazy in here, dude. Just kidding. There was no N-words this time. Even though someone did try to spell out a song with the N-word in it once and got their message auto-deleted because they were trying to do a song request. And that was funny. Because I'm like, I was like, wait, when was this? Yeah. But yeah, either way, the whole point of this, before the Woody drama, I just thought that would be funny to watch that because, like I said, it's just shit internet drama, and that stuff is entertaining to me for some reason. Because it's usually, like I said, just shit. No basis. He's dating a TikTok chick named Call Me Chris. Yeah. She seems awesome too. What about Woody? Yeah, so he just like he finished in second place for an event that had a cash prize, but he was ineligible. So a bunch of people have been like kind of shitting on him, saying that like he cheated to win this event, even though it's most likely not true, because he just had access to like a early client, but he said he never used it, whatever. Yeah. So it's just like stupid drama that people are farming. And I thought it was funny because he wrote out like a 6-page long manifesto explaining how he didn't cheat and like the exact circumstances behind how he got in this situation. And I was like, dude, if you didn't cheat, then yeah, it's no big deal. Like, you didn't have to do that. So that was my whole, that's the TLDR for all of it, because I've explained it multiple times. Internet gasket blow over nothing, people getting butthurt over nothing. Yes, exactly. That's, yeah, perfect way. Getting butthurt over nothing. Like,
allegedly.
Allegedly. But as far as Path of Exile 2 goes, like I said, I think my best guesstimate is that this new patch will come out next week, midweek next week. And I'm saying it now, like we might actually even start earlier, but I do want to check out Last Epoch because I think it's like I should give it a chance, you know? And a lot of people are having a great time. I've literally the only negative thing I've heard about it is that it's too easy to level. And to me, like, if that's the worst thing, then you're doing a pretty great job. So we're definitely gonna check it out. But if the patch happens and Path of Exile 2, it still feels like we're getting like just absolutely railed on drops and currency is just non-existent, we might just, you know, start playing Last Epoch for a while. And if that doesn't work, then maybe we just start doing some hardcore on Path of Exile 2, because like at least in hardcore I don't give a shit if I have currency or not, because we're doing like group found or solo self found or whatever. I'd rather be able to play in groups, and I don't know if when you're playing SSF, I don't think you can even play in groups, so we'll probably just do group found, and then whoever wants to hop in there, cool. Like I said, I don't give a shit about currency in hardcore, so it'd be easier to play the game even if I feel like the drops aren't where I would want them to be. Ellie is so good, bro. Yeah, I'm excited to check it out. That game makes me fall asleep. IDKY. Last Epoch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to replay it, because last time, like 3 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, I went back and played for a stream because Dark was like asking. He was like, hey, you're looking for things to play, because it was before the update for Path of Exile 2, and I was like, sure, I'll go check it out again, because I knew that they were gonna have a new season as well, and it did feel not super engaging for me, but it's also like mindset, you know what I mean? Like now, having the experience we've had over the first couple of weeks of this league in Path of Exile 2, my mindset might be different going into Last Epoch, like what I'm comparing it to and what I'm expecting. So, and they made a ton of changes that are supposed to be great, like quality of life changes. So what's too easy in Last Epoch? I think the only thing that Rack said was leveling. That's like the only potentially negative thing that I've really heard about this new league or new season of Last Epoch, is that like getting to 100 is too easy. I still have so many build ideas. Hey. And that's awesome, dude. Like maybe that's something else we can do. The hard thing is build ideas require currency. Like, you get what I mean? Unless you just get lucky and you have all the gear already that you need for the build. Did that message come up to everybody else? That restream message? Okay. It just said, I've received 100 messages today with restream chat. But luckily, I think that was only on my screen. I keep trying, but I get so sleepy and find myself coming back to PoE 2. Well, that is one thing. You definitely cannot play PoE 2 and not, you know, be locked in. Because if you do, you'll die. You'll just die and lose like an entire bar of experience, or 2 bars. I was kind of bored the first 3 to 4 hours of LE, but after that, holy moly, it's so fun. Yeah, see, and that's, I don't know how long we played. We probably only played that like 3 to 4 hours. So I probably was like near that break point of like when the game starts getting really fun. And that's when I stopped. That's why I'd be a great gambler. Because I wouldn't be chasing wins. I'd just be like, This isn't good. I'm done. Okay, so we're almost at another corrupted nexus. What is this? Seepage +1 to monster levels. We're not gonna use any good ones. I'm just really trying to get this level so that I don't have to worry about dying as much. So I was looking for experience waystones, but I don't know if I have any. Pack size. I can't read that without thinking about ball sacks. Anyone else? No? Okay, cool. Magic monster. Oh, that one's good. That's just like all more monsters, some more experience. And we can turn up the non-copyright music. Shout out Spotify for having an entire no copyright playlist. I guarantee my video on YouTube is still gonna get muted. Cause like, there's like auto claims that happen to music that's not even copyrighted, or like that the artist itself does it like copyright. So I guarantee it'll still happen, but absolutely not, Ricky. What the hell? I put some 15s in Guild Stash too. Yeah, I was putting some 15s and 14s, I think, or maybe just 14s. I don't remember. Where are they? Waystones. Boom, look at all those 15s. He put a shit ton in here, dude. What I do is I just put all the ones with temporal chains. Because I'm like, I could sell them for 2,000, or if someone doesn't have waystones, it's miserable, but you could still run 15s. So there's a few temporal chains in here. Anyone see, did you post it on Discord? I haven't been like super locked in on Discord the last couple days because I was just focusing on other things and working a lot. I don't see it unless build discussion. I got it. Throw it up. Chains ain't the go, exactly.
Zuatl has finally come for me.
This is his ballista bitch, or what is it called?
The ends justify the means.
What are those? What are those spirit monsters? What do those do?
I can't give up. I must.
'Cause those
save
aren't-
my people.
Oh, are they spectral things? I don't know what the fuck that thing is. Like the big guy with the horns.
I will succeed.
Like this guy right here.
One compromise. Unexpected.
Get wrecked, Doriani. You dumb whore. Dude, that was quick. That was real quick. I had this wild idea to do a Sork with Frost Whirlwinds, but no idea how to go about it because of the Dex thing. You just gotta spec Dex. Find gear with Dex on it. Because like I can show you this real quick, right? Without this shutting.
Goodbye.
My Chaos Lich Witch that I haven't worked on for a while. There's strength requirements on spears, so I have to have like at least 60 strength, I think it is. We can see what it is exactly. 45 strength, so I'm a little over on strength. But then enough dex to use this and to use any of the spear abilities. And then, but I'm also using the effigy, so you just like have to find stats wherever you can. Like this amulet that just isn't giving me really anything except for stats is super solid. You can get a bunch on rings and stuff, and then if you're able to get ingenuity, that boosts, you know, your rings a little bit. So, and then also with the new runes, that actually helps a ton. Like, you lose out on some of your resistances, but if you just need like 10 more decks to use something, and you're like close to res cap anyway, it's probably worth just doing that than having to do all the gymnastics. So whose idea at GGG was it that decided to make temporal chains even worse? Oh no, yeah, it's like, hey, you want to know what's worse than temporal chains? Temporal chains with chilled ground. I played one of those maps earlier today. Go try that out if you're looking for a good time. Might be my fastest Oriani fight ever. Various things. That's from the Ascendancy. Hell yeah. One does extra health regen, one gives attack speed, one builds up pin, one gives bonus block and defenses. And they're like spirit creatures that do that for you. Yeah, I might still try it out, just still mapping. Yeah. See, and that's the issue I ran into on this, is I'm just like, this isn't good enough. This setup that I was trying to like make work, I just don't think it's gonna scale at all. Like, based on, the only way would be to get that ring that turns all elemental damage into chaos damage, because then I can scale other elemental damage sources. But that ring, I don't even remember what it's called. Does anyone know off the top of their head what that ring is called? Because I want to look up the current price. Ancestral Spirits. Ah. Nah, I'm good, LOL. Any temp chains maps I get are always insta-sold. Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck is that ring? I can look it up. Unique. Original Sin? Is that right? Oh, before I forget to ask again, what was that app you used to price check? I think if you do exclamation mark sidekick, doesn't that work still? Boom, there we go. Yeah, no problem. Okay, it is this ring. Original Sin, this is what I need. Because you get a bunch of chaos res from it, so it should just solve your chaos, or not solve it, but like be a big help with chaos res, especially if you get a good roll. And then you get 100%, like the base is supposed to be 100%, but when you corrupt it, obviously you can get negative, you can get less than 100%. But I want to see, like, these ones at the bottom aren't very expensive. It was way more expensive before. So that one got a boost to the or no, that's from the or the catalyst. But 121% of elemental damage converted to chaos damage. But yeah, I would just want one with 100. If there's one with 100, honestly, right now. I also sold 2 rings earlier. I don't know how many divs I have. We have 14, so not bad. We're actually not in a horrible spot div-wise.
Goodbye.
But I sold a ring that I was like, dude, I might be able to use this. And that's what sucks, is you find those good items that you're like, this is really good. But I was like, I got 5 divs for it. And I was like, nah, that's not bad. We'll take that. And then I sold another one for like 4 or 5 divs too. But the other one I didn't really care about. It didn't seem like it would be helpful for my build anyway. It was like more of like a caster specific ring. But if there is 100% for only a couple of divs, I guess having it, you would think having it uncorrupted would make it more valuable, but maybe this person isn't real. The ring and chaos inoculation should work well. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose of having chaos resistance if you're going to use chaos inoculation. I thought it was a... Oh, no, you're good. I'm sure there's people who are still duping on here too. There's some sus people on this. Oh, 100% Hitman. I don't know about like duping, but like botting and RMT and that kind of shit is like pretty obvious a lot of the time. Especially because like I would say 70+% of the people I'm talking to are having a really bad time as far as like currency drops and stuff like that. So the fact that there's like these people that are just like they've got 3 like completely maxed out, min-maxed characters and they have all these insane items that you're like, what? Huh? Okay, so I might be able to get... I just need one with 100%. That one doesn't seem bad. Life regen for 5 divs, or that one's 5 divs. I wonder if this one's real. I searched up 800 DPS spears, and out of the 30 results, one guy has 13 of them listed. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that that inherently means that he's duping, but I think that that means that he obviously has enough currency. He's probably like a scam, one of the scammers, so he's just buying them up, like listing a bunch of his for lower than market value, and instantly buying up the ones that get listed around that same price, and then just putting them up for like their actual value. And he's like, those people who do that probably have 300 divs in the first couple of days or more. Because unfortunately, there's just a lot of people who don't take the time to like actually look. They just find an item and they're like, oh, that seems good. And then they look on the website, and if the first like 3 results are all the same price, they're like, oh, okay, it's worth 3 divs, even though it's worth like 10 divs or 30 divs. Here's the thing, either way, I feel like I need to get this ring if I ever want to progress with this build, and I kind of do, so even though I don't really want to spend 5 divs at this moment. Go. Chaos res. Okay, seems good, right? Yeah. Sweet. Well, now we have it. Now we're gonna have to figure out how to negate all of the other things that we're going to lose because of that. So we're gonna have to probably rebuild everything else so that we can still get near res cap with the build. Because this one... Does that change anything? Like, obviously there's some resistance on it. And a lot of chaos damage. Yeah, we probably want to keep that one either way. But this one, we have to... That's a lot of resistances to make up. Other places. But we could get better boots for not super expensive. Better gloves for not super expensive. I don't know about the amulet. And like in theory with this, we could just get one that doesn't have mana regen on it. This was just like a filler thing because I didn't have anything else to put there at the moment. So getting that like extra 41% chaos damage seemed worth it, but we might be switching that anyway. But I guess we could always move like runes around and stuff too. Shouldn't be impossible. Even this helm, we could just get like a super res helm and not use this. And that would probably be solid. Important to know what you have. I had a max rolled Alpha's helm and put it up for 28 divs. Someone came in immediately and offered me 20. But having done my research, I knew max rolled was worth more. 15 minutes later, sold for 28 divs. There you go. We love to hear it. Okay, so we're gonna have to switch those out. It's gonna destroy our reses. Actually, not as bad as I thought. Because that just means... Like, if we got a helm with, like, you know, 30-30, cold res, fire res, which would not be that expensive, we'd be fine. And now it puts our chaos at 50 with just that. So that's not bad.
Go well.
I should check, because what that means though is we'll have to see in our passive tree now, because we want to now focus on some other damage sources perhaps. I think one of the issues for me with this build was survivability. But there's a bunch of elemental damage nodes over here. And I don't know if we should be going into crit hit chance because we haven't focused that at all yet, but that might be something else we have to go into. Do we have any just like... That's cast speed. Don't need anything with cast speed. Let me just first look up elemental. Would you risk a whittle on this? Let me see. To remove what? Max life? Or what are you trying to remove from it? I would assume it'd be max life. Or I guess if you don't need int. Yeah, I would risk it because the thing is max life. Oh wait, it's connected. Your lowest roll is gonna be your rarity. So it won't even remove your max life because it's a double affix. It's connected with energy shield. Yeah. or in theory, because it just depends on how high. But the good thing is Omen, do you have an Omen of Whittling right now, Obnoxious? Because if you don't have one, I have one that you can, oh fuck, I forgot to end my workout. This thing's been going for a minute, dude. Four hours. Dude, apparently I was working out for 4 hours, guys. That's insane. I'm gonna be in such good shape. If you're going for energy shield, then I wouldn't waste one. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not worth, because they're, what are they? They're like four-ish divines. You could probably get a better helm for 4 divines. Waste one on a 380 energy shield helm. Yeah. Because, like, for instance, if you could guarantee that I was going to remove the max life, then you could potentially get another energy shield roll on it, and it could be, like, super solid. Because, like, if you got, like, a, you know, plus 100 or whatever, like, flat energy shield roll. But yeah, you wouldn't be risking that much. It's just the fact that they're connected isn't great.
Go forth and roll.
Nearest on the market to that was 16. Then it's up to you, bro. Because even losing rarity in the grand scheme of things isn't that big a deal. But yeah, when you go to use the Omen of Whittling, this is what I was gonna tell you. Is no, that's not it. That's it. It will tell you what affix is gonna get, like, fucked. Because it's just for Chaos Orbs, right? So, like, with this one, it's the energy shield. That one, it's the lightning res. See, so you know before you use it what's gonna happen. Yeah. So that actually helps a lot. Because, you know, just more information. Which I didn't know about this until I used my first one. I just thought it was like, you gotta hope that you understand, because, like, if a tier 2 roll is the highest it can get, that's not gonna be the lowest affix. You get what I mean? Like, if one affix only has 2 tiers and another one has 7 tiers, and this one's a tier 3 and a tier 2, the tier 3 is the one that it's probably gonna target. So that, like I said, that just, because we had a ring last season that was, like, potentially gonna be worth, like, 100 divines. And so we bought an Omen of Whittling, or we bought 2 of them, and then found out that the thing that we were trying to roll off of it wasn't even the thing that was gonna roll off of it, even though it seemed like it was going to be. Okay. But shout out YouTube. Shout out the 2 people watching on YouTube. Shout out you guys. Y'all the real MVPs. It is weird. YouTube has, like, I feel like a lot more fluctuation. And I also hate that with this program I have to see viewers. I don't want to see that shit. But I tried turning it off. I don't know how to do it. Who here right now? Shout out Uppercase. He's double fisting it right now. Gonna lurk back soon. You're good, Obnoxious. Thank you for the lurk, sir. Always. But yeah, I did make some changes on the Javazon or Javazon. Java Spear, whatever the fuck it's called. And I've realized that some of the things are better for certain situations, like some of the supports. Because right now I have Fork, which initially I didn't really like a lot. Because I just don't like getting that reduced damage, that like 30% or whatever the percentage drop off is after it hits the first enemy. But for like clearing, it feels like it's a lot better. But like for I don't know, for the like more higher tier content, I think I'm gonna swap that out for like more lightning penetration or something. But I don't know if there's any gear specifically that I got that was better, or if it was just messing around with my support gems. Because we are still almost always one-shotting rares, so that's good. Been playing MMORPG Tycoon 2. What the fuck is that? Is that like an MMO for fucking Roller Coaster Tycoon? It's literally called MMORPG Tycoon 2. That's like, and it's a single player world builder game about creating the greatest MMORPG of all time. So it's a game about creating a game. Interesting. Not the scepter. I can tell you that much. Definitely not the scepter. We have this spear, which has been super solid. I've tried to reforge a couple of them, or recombine, or whatever the fuck, and haven't hit there. And a lot of the spears are just crazy expensive right now. But this has been solid. And then just using the double accuracy shield. Like my biggest issue still is just getting more survivability. Like I think that's where my main focus is for a minute. Because we're still capped on reses except for chaos res. And but I need to like maybe switch this out at some point and just invest more into energy shield, because I think that would probably help me out, because there's not a lot of other places where I can get like crazy improvements. We could also get energy shield boots if we wanted to. Just like hover around like whatever 50% evasion. Would this be an upgrade? Wait. Let me just pin this. Possibly. It would probably actually be pretty close. Like, they're actually almost like neck and neck. The only thing is that this has so much more accuracy that I don't know how much that one you have would drop my critical hit chance. Because like stun buildup doesn't really help me. 2 life per enemy hit doesn't really help me. Then on this one, like attribute requirements doesn't really help me. Reduce attribute requirements doesn't help me much. So yeah. But if I use this, it would either be like 1,000 damage more or 1,000 damage less. Like it would be a very small upgrade, but I appreciate it, Blasso.
Don't fall and grow.
Meta. Dude, I just have a problem with like, especially with jewelry, where it's like I have a really hard time just throwing like
Talokura.
disenchanting or selling jewelry. Did B-Dog say goodnight? Did I miss that somewhere? Oh, for some reason your message didn't come through, B-Dog, on my other thing. I'm gonna lay down for the night. Good night, y'all. I'll be lurking. Have a great night, B-Dog. I appreciate you. Sweet dreams, sweet prince. Oh, we completed this already. Dude, I think Restream might think that B-Dog is a bot, because I told it not to show the bot messages in my chat. Yeah, but I see it on Twitch, I just don't see it on the Restream chat. But like all the other messages from you guys are showing up, so. We all knew he was a bot anyway. Hey. You can't say that. Fuck that, temporal chains. I'm a bot. Am I gonna get banned? You don't get banned. Like, just in the chat, it has like a check mark setting. Like, you can either check it or leave it unchecked. So like when, you know, my chat bot says something, it doesn't show up in the chat that I see. Because you have to use a different program to send your stream to 2 different services than just the regular way you do it. Is you just log into your Twitch on OBS and it just sends the signal to Twitch. This program, what it does is OBS sends the signal to the program, then the program sends the signal to Twitch and to YouTube, and then it combines both of my chats so I can see them in the same spot. Versus having like 2 different chat boxes open and needing another PC to, like, I don't know if it's the same thing that like other streamers use for doing multi-streaming. I assume it is because it's like the only one that really shows up when you look it up. What's up, Morg? Oh, are you dying, Morgan? Did you get sick too? Dude, he's almost a year old. nephew is sick for the very first time. So I told my sister, better luck next time. You know. Just kidding, that's awful. Oh yeah, you had your oral surgery. Okay. That slipped my mind. But it's like, dude, get over it, bro. That was 2 days ago. When you live on the streets of LA, you just have some giant ripped Hispanic dude rip them out of your mouth and you're back at work the next day. Actually, I don't know how I didn't like die from that, to be honest. Just kidding, I'm just kidding, Morgan. New here, but may I ask a question? Of course. All questions are allowed. Now, the repercussions from the question is, you know, that's up to you. Well, I guess technically it's up to me, but let's see where this goes first. Will fast forward support gem make curses apply faster? Probably, because there was one that I wasn't sure was gonna work. For Ghost Dance. Because it says 3.2 second duration between gaining Ghost Shrouds. But if you put fast forward on it, it shortens that amount of time so you're getting those shrouds quicker. And that was one I was not sure was gonna work, but it is working. And so I would assume for curse duration, but it will also mean that your curse doesn't last as long too once it activates. Like it'll also reduce the duration of the overall curse. So it's kind of like a win-lose type situation. No stupid questions, just stupid people. I would assume so, because it also works on time of need. I'm not banned, someone else got butt hurt, then banned. Oh yeah, Morgan, we had to ban someone earlier. It was hilarious, because they thought I was talking shit on Woody, when I was literally just explaining the situation. And then I was even trying to explain to them that I was explaining the situation, and they just kept going off. And then they called Dark a bitch. They're like, because Dark was like, hey, relax a little bit, or you know what comes next. And they're like, well, don't be a bitch and just ban me then. It was quick. I am always banned, but it's all good. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, no, it was a pretty solid moment, I'll admit. And I usually, if someone gets banned in my chat, I get a little bit frazzled because they probably did something or were like, you know, making other people feel uncomfortable or whatever. And this person was definitely going over the top. And then as soon as they posted that thing to Dark, it was like, oh, that's easy. But like, I was just like, I was kind of laughing about it. That's what she said. Nailed it. Point Dark. Throw it on the board. Dark had the smoothness with it. Were you being a bitch? Dark was waiting for them to say some shit because it was instant. Yeah. For real, LOL, like he was hovered on. Well, yeah, you could see there was like, this person was obviously, and someone else in chat said, this is the second chat I've seen that person get banned from. Because he was in Nugrun's stream and apparently got banned in his chat too. And I wonder if it was even like related to what I was talking about. But this guy was like hardcore, you know, slow blow style glazing Woody, and I wasn't even talking shit on Woody. It was so funny. Hey. Who's shooting lightning bolts at me? He's bugged. No, ma'am, I have no bitch in me. I said what I said wasn't a threat, it was a promise. Exactly. People are so fucking stupid. I had a weirdo in my chat the other night. I don't even warn when I give bans or timeouts. When I'm a mod, it's just, all right, bud, that's enough. Yeah. Well, like, I'm a small stream, so like the times, and there was like another person who came in the other day. Wait, was that the same person? That might have been the same person that was being a weirdo the other day. And when they first came in, the first thing they said was like, they were making fun of my hair or something. And then I was like, oh, good one. And then we actually started talking about PoE2, but like, my first urge was just to like ban them, because I'm like, if the first thing you say in someone's chat is being like a douche, that usually doesn't mean that things are gonna go better. So I didn't ban them instantly, but I think that was the same person. Came in immediately asking about streaming. I was like, listen, use YouTube. It's kind of bad to go into a stream the first time and ask about their streaming tips. Yeah, that's rough. You could tell he was gonna say something to me when I responded. It was inevitable. Exactly. Then they said something about being shy and I was an inspiration to them. Then they were just like, I really like your boobs. When is the new patch coming, bro? Any news on it? O-U-L-L. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I apologize. Owl? I don't know. But my prediction is midweek next week. They haven't released an official date on the upcoming patch. Unfortunately, I've been checking everything, but some people are predicting early week next week, but since they haven't released like an official day, I'm assuming it'll be midweek. OMG, I think it was the same guy. I almost insta-banned him, and I should have. This person name was like Chloe_John or something. Weird. Yeah, that's insane. I really like your boobs. What if it was a chick and she was just like jealous? You ever think of that, Morgan? She's just like, and she's like really socially awkward. She just doesn't understand. Just walks up to people on the street. She's like, you know what? I really like your boobs. Okay. Thank you. I kind of forgot what I was doing in these maps. These maps are like, I'm literally just trying to clear them and move on. These aren't like currency attempts, farming currency attempts.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm.
Beef on the mic.
Everybody calm down. No.
What is up, my friend? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, bro? I feel like it's been a minute. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a minute, bro. I mean, they're pretty great. The whole conversation was fucking weird. The back pain's a bitch, though. Gar, have a good night. Dude, Gar, you have a great night. Thank you, bro. Always a pleasure. Welcome in, y'all. How was the stream? How are you guys doing tonight? I'm Ricky Ransom. Just a heads up, We're doing our first YouTube multi-stream. So, for some reason, I can't get it to show me, like, my in-game events. So if an alert goes off and I don't hear it, just let me know, because I can't see if something like those Twitch events or whatever, your like activities, like Beef's raid. I hear a raid, usually I look at my thing and I see, but it's not showing up now. So you know, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. But welcome in. What's up, May and Martin? How are y'all? What up, everyone? Give it up for Ricky the Handsome Man Ransom. Beef, you're too kind, sir. Multi-stream is lit. Yeah, we're trying it out. You know, so far, it's working. And, you know, you can't expect a lot when you first get on a new platform. But we got some people in and out of YouTube chilling. Yes, Morgan, I am. I am whatever you say I am. And if I wasn't, then why would I say I am? Gonna go broke in a bit though, yeeting in like 3.2k USD into a computer. Dude, that's insane. But it's gonna be sick, so. It's been a super long week. I was just happy to be back hanging out with everyone playing some PoE. Hell yeah, Beef. I love that. Doing splendid. Elements has been doing that to me. Yeah, it's not even through Stream Elements, because to multi-stream, there's a program you use called Restream, or at least the one that I'm using, and that I've, like, it's the main one that I've seen when I was trying to figure it all out. And that's also why there's no song requests, because on YouTube, everything will get copyright, like, claimed, and then it will just, like, mute half of my stream. So, this is all copyright-free music. Or at least that's what Spotify says it is. I guarantee YouTube is still gonna copyright something. So we'll see. We might just have to, like, find some random, you know, like, beats, copyright-free beats on YouTube to play later, but I needed that. Hell yeah, dude. Ew. I hope so. The Deadeye is a lot of fun. I like the playstyle of running Rangers, but I turned mine into a lightning spear. Hell yeah. I keep getting copyright smacked on Twitch, and they don't post my VODs. I know. I don't know what. It's probably your tits. Let's be honest, Morgan. I apologize for the harsh language to everyone just coming in here. But we were having a conversation about someone getting banned in Morgan's stream, talking about her boobs. So, you know, cover them puppies up. See if you still get copyright strikes. And if that actually happens, that would be so funny. Like, just wear a hoodie for a stream, and if you don't get copyright striked, that will be the funniest thing. Yeah, I own the copyright. Oh, well, blame the tits. Dart, thank you for coming over to YouTube. I appreciate it, brother. Damn. Now, why in the world would I do that? Imagine if it happens. Dude, that would be so funny if you just, like, because, you know, Twitch has always been so weird about their, like, terms of service, because for a while, like, at least 50% of the female streamers were just on there to, like, promote their OnlyFans. Like, all the hot tub stream, when that was, like, the meta. And then there was, like, the girls that were just, like, did you ever see that one chick that wore, like, green booty shorts, and that was, like, her screen for her playing Fortnite? Did you guys ever see that clip? If you haven't, it's actually kind of funny. Wait, what message got lost, May? I apologize. Oh, I see it. Was really sick yesterday, in recovery mode now, but decent so far. How are you in chat? Sorry, like I said, there's still some what is the term? Kinks? I'm working out. It doesn't sound right, but I'm pretty sure that's the term. Considering in comparison, I'm not a titty streamer, but that's the thing, is for a while, they like, for like a week, Twitch changed their TOS to like allow that content for some reason. And then like, there was basically just porn on Twitch. Not like porn, like softcore, if we're, you know, but like, there were girls just like wearing titty tassels and that's it. And then they changed it back. Let me see. And the irony is this girl's name is Morgue Pie. So, Morgan, you know.
Oh yeah, this is happening. Look at this.
It's an Asmongold clip, but you know. The greatest political commentator of our time, as we know.
So this is what's going on Twitch?
Map. I'm Rusty. And with a little Rusties
It's pretty clever.
and an insane amount of luck, you two can look like me. Ka-chow.
Who watches
Like,
this? A
look
lot
at
of people
her
watch it.
gifted
10
sub.
jumping jacks for 5 subs. 5 gifted equals creamy
Just
treat.
up
I
in
wonder
his
what that
face.
is.
There are people fighting outside. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I need to potion up. Map. I'm Rusty.
It is pretty creative.
So yeah, that's how it is. A lot of girls now have a camera on their butt now. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know. A tree falls
like,
in a forest. What's this?
Trust me, bro. I know. But yeah. There's like, they can't decide what they want the platform to be. And like, either, you know, either just like shut it all down, because like it used to be about video games. Now, you know, just chatting is the #1 category on Twitch, which is fine. But if just chatting means like you're just like swinging your tits around, maybe not. Kind of sad I missed that. Make your stream visually unforgettable. Let's collab. Add me on Discord, Erica145. Are you offering me a boob job? Based on the conversation, Erica. If so, get more viewers. This is hysterical. Oh, I remember this moment in time. It's innovative. Yeah, we live in a society, 2025, teenage boys are having a field day. Dude, yeah, that's the other thing, is it's like, at a certain point, the way I view content is it's up to parents, and like, no matter how hard parents try, you're not gonna prevent your kids from seeing things. Like, that's sadly the truth. Cause like, your friends' parents might not have the same rules that you have. Your children's friends might have phones before your children are allowed phones. So it's like, you know, the first time I had porn shown to me was from one of my friends. It wasn't even something I was like interested in or aware of at that point. Ironically, he found it on because we had Dish. Like, we were one of those families where we had Dish before that was like everyone had Dish, you know? And he was like, dude, do you have Dish? Do you have like Skinamax or Cinemax or whatever? He's like, you gotta see this. Because like after, you know, 8 p.m., everything on Cinemax was just like softcore porn. Prawn, whatever. And so yeah, that's what he you live and you learn. Do it, Beef. Beef said, okay, I'ma do it. I love that. Okay, let me catch up on these. Green screen Beef shorts. I'm here for it. He's actually the first content creator I watched for WoW related stuff till I found a few others. Dude, I love Asmongold. I know a lot of people don't like him, but he's like, he's consistent. He's the content creator I watch the most, for sure. Even though I disagree with a lot of what he says, I like the way he approaches things and the way that he keeps an open mind and admits when he's wrong. And yeah, there's a lot of things. Wait, Ricky is getting a brew job. The only issue I have is that they drive away advertisers. The site is not doing well. Yeah, but I think they have a bigger issue, and like this is a whole nother conversation that I don't think we really want to get into because it has to do with Israel-Palestine. I think that drives away a lot more advertisers than like the girls playing Fortnite on booty shorts. It's for his only rants. I need to do something to get myself out there. Green screen shorts, dude. Hey, green screen shorts, green screen crop top. I'm just saying, dude. HBO and Cinemax after midnight was wild. Yeah. Debating making videos, but I have no idea where to start. Aw, Beef. Even now, he's trying to help people out. I appreciate that. Green screen banana hammock. Boom. Or, okay, next level. Thong G-string, and then paint your butt cheeks green. There might be a gap in the image a little bit, but hey. Okay, let me check on Discord. Boom. All female D4 season 8 stream. At first, originally, it looked like once again, an OnlyFans promotion right off the rip, but once I read the title, you know. You just wanted me to see it? Hey, you gotta let me know that in advance. Even though, to be fair, usually I do ask people. But if it's like a message in stream, I just assume it's good to go. B-Dog sent me a message too. Got another unbanned request. What? Was it the guy we banned tonight? I'll look into it. DM me and we'll get working on it whenever you like. It's okay, I just don't want to promote. Oh, dude. Morgan, are you kidding me? Payment went through. Rest in pepperoni. I feel broke now. Hey, 3.2K. That's nothing to scoff at. I would never promote my insanely awesome stream. Good, because if you did, insta-ban. Because who, you know, who would promote Beef's insanely amazing stream, super down-to-earth guy, chill, dropping bars, Great vibes always. Who would promote that? I'll look into it, aka we're gonna laugh at you later. Hamburgers, bruh, burgers. You get me. I love it. I would promote my chopped salad with caramelized onions, cheeses, and chicken, dude. Caramelized onions, I can get down with. Raw onions, not so much. Like, raw onions is a straight, like, it's a guaranteed heartburn for me. Like, for, like, most of my life. Like, this isn't even, like, me being an old man type thing. Like, when I was younger, like, I was, like, the only person I knew that was, like, in junior high who got heartburn. I probably had something wrong with me and we just didn't go to the doctor about it. But, hey, I made it this long. Yo, low-key, you gotta see the salad, bro. Like, I'm gonna hire Martin as a personal chef, dude. Hell yeah. I got you, bruv. I might have to drop the chilies then. No, that's the thing that's so weird, is I'm the only person in my family, or not the only, but I am like, I love hot. I love spicy, and spicy doesn't, that's what's weird about it, is like, too much garlic gives me heartburn, and raw onions, but like I could literally, like, I put Tabasco, or not Tabasco, ew, fuck Tabasco, Tapatio on like everything I make. I love sriracha. Like, I go hard in the paint with spicy food. I want real food, dude. You just gotta eat pudding and milkshakes. 8-year-old you would be so pissed at yourself right now. You know I'm insane when I eat raw ghost peppers. That is over the line a little bit. Like, I wouldn't do that. I would do it if someone said, hey, I dare you to do this, but I wouldn't do it like just hanging out, you know? Like, when I lived in Philadelphia, they have this mall there called the King of Prussia Mall, and it's like the second, or it was the second largest mall in America, I think, when I went there. And they had like the hot sauce emporium or something, or some shit, like hot sauce palace or something. And they had a challenge there, and it was, you had to have a teaspoon of the world's spiciest, like on the Scoville scale at that time, hot sauce, and a teaspoon of the world's most intense horseradish. And if you could like consume them both and not take a drink for like, I think it was 3 minutes or something, like take a drink of anything, eat anything, you just had to sit there, then they would give you like a 20% off Cold Stone Creamery. I did it. It wasn't as bad as I thought, like off the rip, but like later that day, I had the worst stomach cramps I think I may have ever had in my life, and I thought I was gonna have to go to the hospital. I don't know, like, I should have been smart and probably ate something beforehand. I don't think I had. I think the only thing I had, like, for the majority of that day was the ice cream I got after. But yeah, when I got home, like, it wasn't even like diarrhea or something. It was just straight up stomach cramps. Just like my stomach felt like it was eating itself, or that I had ripped a hole in the lining or something. OMG, Dinah did the one chip challenge. He was doing okay until he got the hiccups. The thing about the one chip challenge is I feel like having spicy dust or like things that can like, because what you always see is people touching other parts of their face or like licking their lips or something, and that's where you fuck up because it just spreads everything. So like you see, like they give you a glove, they tell you not to touch your face or whatever. But like one of the things that would always happen to me bartending is we had cocktails that we would put jalapenos in. And so I would be cutting jalapenos, and sometimes like, you know, we practiced bar safety, food safety, all that shit. But when you're like in the middle of a busy rush, sometimes you don't put on the like gloves to cut up some jalapenos because you ran out, or you're just like grabbing some to put in real quick that are already cut up. And then I would go to the bathroom. This would be like hours later, like after I'd still been making drinks, still been doing other things. And that oil stays in your skin for a long time. Let me tell you that. Cause them balls be burning. The whole thing. I had a coworker give me some raw ghost peppers as salsa one morning when I was hungover and half asleep, and I told him it was kind of bland and he was missing something. See, now that's a talent. That's insane, but a talent. I drench whatever I eat in spicy sauce. I'm kind of the same way. I love it. It's not really dusty. I grow my own chilies. There we go. I gotta plant new ones for this year. Dude, I would love to grow some peppers. Getting too spicy for the peppers. My friend did that with ghost peppers. Damn, dude. All BRB. Thanks. OMG, that reminds me of a new guy we had cut up a whole case of jalapenos without gloves and go to the bathroom. Yeah. Let me tell you, even a little bit of that, it just soaks into your skin. You have no idea, because on my hands didn't like feel burnt. They weren't burny. They didn't feel like I was, you know. And somehow that skin to skin transfers that oils, and that's a sensitive area. It was his second day. He had to go home early. Okay, now that's next level. Either he was, you know, he was doing more than just peeing, or he's being a little bitch. A little bit. Just burn it right off. My uncle requested me to grow something stronger than ghost peppers. Here come the Carolina Reapers, baby. Just burn it right off. We all thought it was hilarious. Yeah, no, it is kind of hilarious, but like I said, you know, was anyone paying attention? Did he come out looking very relieved in a different way? Perhaps that guy was, you know, getting too comfortable.
Go forth.
Did we finish that map? I think we did. Okay. So we need a fully decked out waystone for this next one that doesn't have like burning ground or anything. This one seems fine. We'll do that.
Whoa.
You know, I hadn't thought about it. That's what I'm here for. Think about all the possibilities, especially the degenerate ones. Okay, I need to kind of lock in on this one. Just because you only get one shot at the corrupted nexuses or whatever. Whoa.
If you can. Mate. You do that.
I let you do that. Did ya? Dude, I thought the whole concept between, like, for the, whatever you call them, the rogue exiles, was that it was like a guarantee unique drop. Like, when they first announced it, I didn't realize that they said occasionally they'll have uniques that they drop. Because I would say, like, 1 out of 15 has uniques. Like, it's not even, like, decent odds. It's like, most of the time they don't. And when they do, they're, like, the worst uniques you've ever seen. Dude, look at how many dead monsters are just roaming. There's like 7 right here.
Almost a challenge.
Hey, get out of here, bitch. Capping this res is driving me up the wall. Dude, yeah. Figuring out res as well as like maintaining stats so you can use all the things you need to use, as well as getting enough damage, like, and then on top of that, elemental ailment threshold and stun threshold, which even though they've made both of them worse, I see very few people actually like focusing on that at all. Because nobody wants those mechanics in the game to be like decision makers for your build. Dude, I need to go grab water. I am so dehydrated. We've been talking a lot tonight too. I'll be right back. I thought they were supposed to. Yeah, that's what I thought too, uppercase. But like, have you ever noticed that they rarely have them? Like I said, it seems like it's like 1 out of 10 or something. For real, now my ritualist is fucked. Ricky yaps him. I just thought they were bugged. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's how it's supposed to, like, it could just be a bug. I just assumed that I had misunderstood something because it definitely wasn't working the way that I had assumed it was supposed to work. Or I remember them talking about saying it was gonna work. Come back up. There you go. There are a lot of rares around here.
I've enough in me for us already.
Who knows? We sure don't. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what it is. But I was like, oh, that's like a cool new way that we'll like find uniques, you know? Like it's a fun fight because it's different than a lot of the other fights, even though, let's be honest, once you get to like T15s, like I haven't invested in the Exile Atlas tree at all. But like, most of the time I kill them before I know, like before I see them do any of their moves.
A home away from home.
Yeah. Like there was a time where I was getting them like every other map, but recently, and it could be because it like, they might be like coded to only appear in a certain part of the map. So if you're just like blasting through the maps to try to like kill all the rares real quick so you can progress towards where you're trying to actually go, you might just miss them in part of the map you didn't go to. So that might be part of it, but yeah, I feel like recently I haven't seen nearly as many. It's an insane cold damage roll.
Until next time.
I need to get more quad tabs for my amulets because of my issues with hoarding.
Go well.
That's also true. I'm in T6 maps. Still? And I don't even know if that's good or not. I think I might finally break the warrior streak and do a lich next. Boom. I think you should. What's up, Sin? How are you doing, bro? Say what? Legasp. Legasp. I've been laid up. Sounds like excuses to me. Just kidding. But yeah, I feel like 1 through, I don't know, maybe 1 through 5 or 6 is like, it feels like progression is really slow, and then all of a sudden you get to a point where it's like, you know, you just like don't even have enough maps for the tier maps you want to be doing. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. Creates one of these bitches. I didn't mean to do that attack.
They're like, oh my god, well you can't say that, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fucking bear.
Who was that? Like I said, my notifications don't show up on here anymore. Scorps! Thank you for the prime, sir. How are you doing tonight? Great, dude. You? Dude, I'm having a great day as well. Thank you for asking. The totem thing interests me. I also might be being super cautious. That is also another thing. I did the legwork. Yeah, we can unban him. He was the one that he did something in Ghosted's chat, and then Ghosted said that he took things. I don't remember what it was, but he came into the YouTube stream, and I think it was like he was taking things out of the guild chest without asking or something. I don't know. There was just something that happened. He was being a total prick and getting weird. Well, we can unban him, and if he starts being weird, whatever. MBD. I had to clutch the pearls on that one upper. Hey, I love spell shit too, just not as much. Doing good. Hell yeah, Scorps. Fair enough. You make a lich, I'll make a sork. Have fun. I'm insane and I'm bored. Yeah, let's be honest, it doesn't take much to ban someone again if they are. But, you know, I believe in second chances. Boom. Merca is paying forward the gift they got from Dark to the community. Thank you, Merca.
Thank you for being a friend.
How are you doing, sir?
Travel down the road and back again.
Yeah, we might be coming up on time to actually figure our Lich Witch out, too.
That is definitely a beefy staff.
Is it now? Pixor, it didn't happen. I still watch that. Dude, that Golden Girls is great. I have seen probably every single episode. Not recently, but like, you know, my mom, I've always been super close with my mom. She always has and probably still is my best friend. So when I was growing up, I watched all those shows with her. Like Golden Girls and Leave It to Beaver and Happy Days and Andy Griffith and like all the, you know, the mom shows. Good. Wishing I was home playing this. Hey, we got a patch coming up, so we'll see. We'll see what happened. What had happened. Have I watched the hotel one? Most likely. Like I said, this was when I was a child, so I don't remember. I don't remember like 75% of my childhood. Maybe 80. Like, from the ages birth till birth till maybe 11 or 12. Like, there's like very specific moments I remember, and I've been this way since I was like in high school. Like, this isn't like old man brain. This is like me just, I don't know. I don't remember most of that shit. Merca with another gift. Boom. To Plague Jester Sky. Plague Jester Sky and Snicky or Snickle. I don't know what that is. If you're in here, please say thank you to Merca for the gift. Hell yeah, Merca. Keeping that going? I don't know. I saw it said we were close to a hype train. I don't know if that kept it rolling or not. But either way, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Okay, I just set up my PC and I'm struggling to use keyboard. Really, Griffo? It is tough, I'll admit. Like when I started playing shooters on keyboard, it felt like I was fucking, like my hands were broken because I'm just like, just do what you should do, and they don't. Same here. The Nana will, oh, Nanny, that was another good one. Even though, you know, that is an insane story because like the fact that Fran Drescher with that voice made it is pretty impressive. So Cheers was solid. I don't think we watched a lot of Cheers. That might have been too like adult-ish maybe. I don't know. I don't remember watching a lot of Cheers. I remember watching like Frasier though. That was a good one. That one's a little more modern than like Leave It to Beaver, obviously. Like Leave It to Beaver was like what my mom watched. Or, oh my god, dude, that just reminded me. Beverly Hillbillies, is that what it was called? Or something? What was that show? Yes, it was called that. Beverly Hillbillies, that was another one. Where it's like a bunch of hillbillies move into Beverly Hills. Great. Ricky, don't remind me my mom ruined my childhood because I watched Days of Our Lives. Dude, I watched All My Children and Days of Our Lives with my mom as well, so. The soap operas were not off limits. It's the ADHD, ham bone, can't remember shit. Okay, maybe that's what it is. My sister is an old soul. I swear she got me into Murder, She Wrote. I never watched that one. I am this close to pairing a controller. Hey, do what you gotta do, Griffo. But I will say, like, it's just like anything else. Learning it is a pain, but once you get it, it's... The best part is if you learn it, that means that no matter where you are or what situation you're in, if your controller breaks or if your keyboard, you know, goes out or you need a new mouse or something, like obviously you need a mouse and a keyboard to use the computer, but if there's ever a situation where you can use both, that's pretty beneficial. So Bewitched, that's another one. Bewitched, I Love Lucy, there was another witch one. There was two. There was Bewitched and something else. I Dream of Jeannie. That's what it was. Yeah. I Dream of Jeannie. Was she hot? Like that might have been like a childhood crush of mine. And she would like do like genie dances and stuff. I'd say yeah. Pretty solid. And this outfit, you know. Back when we, you know, appreciated the female form in America. I watched As the World Turns with my grandma. I don't know about that one. As the World Turns and Days of Our Lives were the biggest ones. Black Gold. Is that a show, Dark Lotus? Black Gold? Absolutely, you're right. Green Acres. Hardly ever watch stuff. Too slow paced for me. I don't watch this stuff anymore. This was when I was a youngin'. Yeah, she was good looking. She had no belly button. Wait, like in real life or like in the show? Because it seems like her pants are pulled up too high to see her belly button. Belly button. Controversy. Yes! A new controversy. How the media made I Dream of Jeannie's belly button a fake controversy. No one at the network cared until a reporter did. Oh my god, do we have a YouTube video to watch? Gilligan's Island was another one I forgot about. She was good looking. Yo, what up, Crimson? How are you doing, bro? It was taboo. Oh, excuse me. To show them. It's a me, Mario. I wish Passions never ended. I like that one. Yeah, Red, how are you feeling? Morgan's laid up. She's playing it up. Extra days off. We understand. Been there. I remember 8th grade, you know. I got a stuffy nose and was like, Mom, I'm dying. I remember those days. Hanging in there, you. I no longer have a belly button. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Or are you being serious? That was a little harsh. She was like 70s hot. Jesus Christ, obnoxious. Night Court. I was just watching that, how they got away with some of those jokes. Yeah, I play Wazda, Griffo. I didn't originally, but I feel like, especially if you're doing any kind of range build, it's S tier. Because just point and click, you get yourself into trouble sometimes. Whereas with this, you can be moving backwards easily and attacking at the same time. Pretty good playing Oblivion Remake. Dude, I've been hearing good things about that. You're fucking jerk today. I'm recovering. LOL, but my spirits are up. It's gone now because of the surgery. LOL, but that was funny. Okay. See, now I gotta feel bad. But, you know. It's all jokes here. I could never go back to click to move. Yeah, me neither. But how does that work? Bind your spells to your mouse? You can, but also, like, look. You have Q, E, R, T, and F as spells. So, like, if you're anybody that's played any, like, and this probably doesn't apply to you, Morgan, but if you've played any shooters on, like, keyboard and mouse, those are all buttons you already use anyway when you're playing a shooter game. And then I have, like, mouse 5 set to one of them. Then, like, lightning spear is set to right click, so that I can be moving backwards, moving any direction, and throwing lightning spear in any direction. Whereas when you have point to click, it's like you have to like click, attack, you know, it's like you're moving across the screen to aim to where you're attacking, and then clicking away, and then moving back this way to attack. It just, yeah, it makes it a lot better. Yes, they did just add that. I've heard that people say it's a little bit iffy on Last Epoch, but it's a new thing, so they'll get it ironed out. 12 button mouse is the best thing to ever have. See, and that's too many buttons. I have a 4 button mouse, and I already hit the wrong buttons all the time, and it gets me killed. So 4 is like max for me right now. Maybe I'll upgrade Maybe I'll grow up into 12 button, but we need to watch this. I forgot.
Can we just begin with something? I mean, I can't believe I was actually doing research on your belly button, that this was a thing many years ago. Can we talk about who approached you about your I Dream of Jeannie costume?
Well, actually, it was all an accident. There was a reporter on the Hollywood Reporter would come down on the set, and he'd say, "I don't believe you have one," and I'd say, "Nickel a peak." You know, it was cheap in those days. And he began to write about it. I don't know why.
Dude, this is back when America was America, dude. She just said nickel a peak. And then she said it was cheap back then. This girl's a baller. I love her. She's still alive? How do I set right click to pick up? I do not know, Griffo. I don't do that, so. Did they just add that this season? Yeah. But it doesn't directly align with the angle of the corridors. It's pretty funny. Didn't even notice. I'm just clicking along. Yes, she's still alive. Okay. I have a 6-7 button, but 2 of them are in a weird spot. I absolutely could easily use 6 to 7 buttons. Yeah. See, and like, for people who played MMOs, that was like when those mice became a thing. And I never played MMOs. So I think it's just like what we were talking about. Once you learn it, you get it. But so far, 4 buttons. I have technically 1 button that doesn't even have anything on it right now. So I just wanted more than 2 because I got used to 2. And like, if I was having to do all the parry shit that we thought we were gonna have to do, I would need those extra buttons. But yeah. I'm also not seeing May's message. Dude, or wait, no. There it is, okay. As much as I'd like to keep hanging and chatting, I need rest. Meds are now kicking in. Night, everyone. Have a fun rest of your stream, Ricky. Dude, May, sweetest of dreams. Thank you for coming by. Always a pleasure. Get some sleep. Hell yeah. I have a 7 button right now. I could make it work. Yeah, I use 12 button MMO for ARPGs. I'm a heavy MMO player, so 12 button mouse is the best. After using an MMO mouse, I can never go back. Martin, you have a great one too, brother. Thank you for stopping by. The Beef Squad. Or what did we say, the beef lovers? What was it? What was the community name I came up with? For Beef's community? The Meat Lovers, maybe? Maybe that's what it was. The Meat Lovers. Shout out the Meat Lovers. I may have a great sleep. Beef Brigade. No. There needs to be like, you know, sexual innuendo in there somewhere. You can't have a name with beef and not do something, you know.
And then the stringers across country picked it up, and it became a cause celeb. And then George Schlatter, who was doing Laugh-In, decided he wanted to premiere my navel on Laugh-In.
Right.
Well, when he did that, the network suddenly went, she has one, you know. And
I mean, there was a whole. It was a thing. I mean, there was a whole, from what I read, a whole meeting of suits, you know, at a very high level, discussing whether to show it or not. Your belly button.
Correct. That's what George told me. He said around an oak table, all these suits sitting discussing my belly button.
And just knowing what you experienced then, and then seeing some of what's on TV now, and maybe some of the overexposure, what do you make of it and your influence on that?
I don't think I had any influence on that, but it's kind of pretty.
She's like, dude, I'll get naked right now.
Some of it should be after midnight, I think.
When you look at, because we're focusing so much obviously on this TV series, the 60s, and thinking before that era, it was sort of this perfectly coiffed, you know, picture perfect family, not a hair out of place.
I can't use an MMO mouse. This is how we know. This is now how we know his fin furs are too big. And I just end up hitting 2 to 3 buttons at a time. LOL, Beef started his stream a few days ago and I called him Beefaroni. I love that.
And then something happened.
Yes.
I don't know if it was the Beatles or, you know, free love, but what do you think? You lived it, you acted through it. What was it that really...
That's all we were really interested about. No real controversy. It was a lie. Someone said that she apparently didn't have a belly button because her outfit always covered it. And then it made it into like national news. Think about that. Back then, that was like big news. Wasn't about like, you know, political discourse or like who killed a bunch of people. It's like, does she have a belly button? It's gonna cost you a nickel to find out. How much you want to bet he gave her that nickel? And she probably gave him a lot more than a peek at the belly button. Y'all know the belly button song from VeggieTales. Unfortunately, I do not. Now, if you're asking me, do I know Boulevard of Broken Dreams as performed by Georgie Porgy Dalton with the Masterpiece music video, I know that by heart now.
Goodbye.
OMG, please. Talk about great music videos. Oh my god. My eye is twitching. Like out of happiness for all those music videos we watched last stream. Okay, did I put my points? No, I didn't. Okay. Where are we going with these? We're not really having issues with waystones lately. Do I put them back into strong boxes and give them a second try? The other thing is I have these spec'd. Like, I haven't seen a unique strong box in days. Also, do we have anyone in chat that wants to do some boss stuff? I have another audience with the king. If like Ultra or FSK or someone who can carry, maybe we could get a couple more people in there. It'd only be tier 2. No, full well, not happiness. I'm weak AF, LOL. I could try and hammer someone, maybe. I haven't done it on a pinnacle yet. How much are they? Let's see how much they are first. Because I'm down to, like, wing it and just try to do it ourselves. But... I thought it was like easy, like right on the main page. There it is. Oh, you can get 2 of them for 1 divine? What the fuck? Why are they so cheap now? last season, weren't they like multiple divines for one? Are like people just finding these way easier now? I feel like I still haven't seen one, and I've done like out of all the events, I think I've done ritual the most. Let me finish this map. They're easier to get now. That's what they all say. And their price is going down too. It's not going up. So yeah, that's not a big deal. We have a couple of them, so. I do want to see though, which this isn't probably the best way to spend your currency, but I get so sick of getting these. Because I never find them. Or they just don't drop enough or something. And I'd rather use one of those than like 5 exalted to get it. It's from the glitch. Oh yeah, remember they banned a bunch of people because there was some glitch happening with the... I forgot about that. Same, and I've seen one. Yeah, that's crazy, uppercase. Is anybody else looking to try to hop in? Like, we have no idea how it's gonna go, but I guess we could try one, just me and you, uppercase, and then if it's easy, we can do another one. And I just won't put the points in so it doesn't make it harder.
Goodbye.
But we do have quite a few citadels if we decided we wanted to start doing those. There's like 3, 4. I think I have like 5 or 6 that I can see in the fog. Five. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just 5. I'll join. Okay, Sponge, we're gonna run the first one. We're gonna run the first one, just me and uppercase, and see, because if we can't do it, then doesn't help, you know? But if we can do it, then I just won't put the points in, and then we'll run another one. Because I don't know, those types of fights, like my damage has gone up a lot since the last time I played with uppercase, and I'm assuming his damage has gone up as well, so shouldn't be no thing, I'd assume. What is the other one? I think I've seen a lot of people, like when I did it with the FSK, I think he was just doing spear stab and was doing like an insane amount of damage just doing that. Because like it's already at 40k and I have no supports into it. We're gonna try tier 2 ritual boss. I forget what his name is. Is that King of the Mist or whoever that is? We're doing that. Even with boosted waystones in my Atlas tree, I'm not getting shit. I feel like early I didn't really have issues with waystones. And then once I got to like maybe 12 or 13, then I started feeling like Yeah, waystones are hard to come by. But Morgan, if you need any, just let me know. Like, what do I have around your level? I have 4 7s I could give you. And 2 8s.
Go forth and grow.
Good for inf. I have 6 of them and only 3 are my level. Boss maps? Yeah, that is true. So there's a bug, and they talked about this at one point. Apparently, I thought it was gonna be on the last patch they had, that you're supposed to get a guaranteed waystone every time you kill a rare in your map, or the last rare is supposed to give you a guaranteed waystone, and that wasn't happening properly. So the way that they tried to fix it is by adding more rares that aren't required to kill, but if you go through the map, there's just more rares. And I've noticed that is definitely happening, because I find rares that I'm like, wait, this isn't even like one of the ones highlighted. But so that you just have a higher chance of getting waystones, because I think they just inherently have a high chance of dropping waystones. But yeah, that's a bug that they talked about. They just apparently didn't have the fix for it, so they implemented a new thing for now. Where do I get the key from the reliquary vault? Random drop or from currency exchange? How much are they on here? What are they even under? Currency? Let's just type in key. How much is this? 6 divines for a boss key. They're under fragments, okay. But for just a regular key. Oh, they have specific ones for... Dude, how much is a temporalis key? There's none in stock. That's insane. And then what about Against the Darkness? 20 divs. It's a lot. At a jewel that can roll a bunch of not great things. 13 for the Trial Master? That's kind of insane. Okay. Let me get it. Best chance I've seen for the reliquary key is from the unique Gambler's Strong Box. I think I've only ever found one of those still. Where did I put those? Alt currency? No. Ah, here they are. Under fragments.
Goodbye.
Take me home. I legit have no idea. Twilight Reliquary Key is just for a random unique. Yes. Off to a comedy show, gonna lurk again. Dude, have a great time. Also, who are you seeing, Obnoxious? Pretty much just came back to make an inappropriate comment, then run again. You're good, dude. Yay, I ate. So good. Hell yeah, brother. I should mention now, I have never done this boss before. Okay, there's wisps. He's gonna so first we attack him, then he teleports us. I'll try to follow the wisps. you know, there's a chance we might just die from not finding the exit. Oh, that was an insta-kill. We get three respawns. Oh no. Okay, now he teleports us. I think. No, not yet. Oh, these ones follow you, dude. These ones follow you like a good time. And he's doing blood waves. Oh, shit. Where is he? Okay, break these fetishes. I don't know what the fuck they are, but I'm gonna break these. You keep doing you. Maybe that's something we were supposed to do earlier. I don't know. Nope. Okay, now we teleport. Now we follow these wisps. Are supposed to lead us somewhere. Not this way. Fuck. How do we get over to that one? Nope. Nope. Yeah, I don't know how we were supposed to get over there. 4 comedians, no idea yet. Just had Omen of Whittling in my ritual. Easy 2.5 divs right there. I just got a rare named Meat Sucker. Hell yeah, you did. Okay, I'm gonna try to destroy those as soon as we can, I guess. Okay, so he has to go up to the things before we can destroy him. I still don't know how we're supposed to find our way out of this. Oh, he's at the other one. He's up here. Oh no, he's gonna freeze me. Oh no. Leave me alone. Oh my god. What are you doing, dude? We already destroyed this one. Does he just keep rebuilding them?
Need a moment.
Dude, where's your hammer of the gods? Or of whatever. Hammer of Jesus. Can you not get it charged up? There it is. Where'd he go?
Where am I?
We're in the same spot we were last time. I think you follow these, don't you? Or am I tripping? Oh, there it is. You see it. We made it. Where is he? Oh no. Oh, we can't go up those either. Oh no. I don't even know what is happening. Am I lagging? No, I'm just dying. Okay, I need to not take damage for a bit, if possible. Oh, no, I'm dead. You got this, uppercase. I can't TP because I have no hideouts. What? I've never heard of that before. You follow wisps. Red on feet means you have to stand. Still. Oh, okay. This doesn't seem like a great fight for uppercase's build. Like, obviously I'm not pulling my weight either, but cannot be moving. I never knew how that worked, so that's actually great to know. Okay, we have one last try, or at least I have one last try. Oh my god, dude. I love when he moves right when I'm doing the big attack. Oh, no.
Where am I?
Wait, I can't go over this? I don't remember how far back we went last time. So I'm pretty sure it's like the exact same pattern every time. Okay, we gotta do more damage quickly. Dude, these fucking frogs pissing me off, dude. I wasn't paying attention on that one. That's my bad. I'm trying to focus on him so I can attack him and also not die at the same time. Yeah, this has gone on for too long already. Get me out of this, bud. Dude, why did it come over here? Leave me alone. I was doing so great over there. Boom! I cannot believe we actually did that. Level 20 skill gem. Boom. I don't know what's the good drop we got. Those boots gave us a boot. You can take them. I think I got those last time. Hell yeah, dude. We did it uppercase. There's no way we were supposed to be able to do that. I could try and help, but 3 means more HP. EU servers are having a meltdown. Dude, I feel like their servers have been rough lately. Just in general. Oh, you can't pick these up? Really? Here. Can you pick them up now? I don't remember what they do, but I think third time's the charm. That was our last try, or my last try. Uppercase would have had, well, I guess if I'm the owner, it probably doesn't allow him to keep going if I am not in there. Oh yeah. Yeah, those are insane, right? I think when, cause I think it was Ultra who helped me do the first one. And I was like, those are sick, but uppercase probably already has them for his thorns. His thorns dude. I've just banked the same items 3 times. That is super frustrating when it's like not something, you know what I mean? It's like one thing if you have a little bit of like rubber banding, I guess you would say, in a map or something, but when you can't even do like basic things because it's so bad, that is not my favorite. Did you also get a book, uppercase? Or have you already done tier 2 before? Oh yeah, Sin is the one who gave me these. I almost forgot. Shout out Sin. He just dropped 3 audience on me. Is it cause I never did T1? Maybe it only gives you 1. I thought that it gave you points even if you were in there with someone. But I could give you the last one and we could bring some other people in here and see if we can do it. Gotta be your key. Okay. That's stupid. I remember once I did it Arbiter with Ghosted, and it gave me points still, but I'm going back to sleep. Have a great night, everyone, and have a good stream, Ricky. Red, glad you're healing up. I appreciate you stopping by, bro. Means a lot. Have a wonderful night. Best night that you possibly can, clearly, but yeah. I ain't worried about it. We did that shit. We can run it again. Yeah, I'll give you the thing and you run it, because then if we get Sponge in here, yeah, T1 should be easier. Clearly, like, I don't know what the scaling difference is, like tier versus amount of players, but when we did tier 1, obviously like Ultra and FSK, I think it was Ultra who did it with me. His build is absurd, but he killed him within like we got teleported to the phase before I could even throw figure out what I was doing. And then once we got back, like, he went straight to the portal for the arena, and once I got in there, he was already dead. So that was kind of interesting. Okay, let me get Sponge in here. Well, if I'm not the one opening it, it doesn't matter if I put points in it. Well, now that the omens are easier to get, it's like, do any of the omens actually have value? Because even the omen of whittling is way less value than it was last league. So are there any of the omens that are like crazy desirable? Next Chaos Orb will Dex annulment. It's 3.5. I just don't know which one I should put points into. Into the re-rolling one, because that one's super helpful. That's probably the one I should go into, because you can still get like divines and stuff, so. And then next we'll go into omens.
Go forth and grow.
Oh, the other thing that's stupid is even though you can't lose experience from boss fights anymore, which is awesome, you also can't, it'll use your fucking omen if you have one active in your inventory when you die. The one that prevents 75% experience loss. No, get extra chance at audiences. The stun threshold on that dude is crazy. But why would I do that, Sin, if they're only worth like 2 divines? Like, I'll try it, but I almost can guarantee that, like, with my RNG, it's better if I have 3 rolls, 3 chances at something decent, than hoping that on the first time I'm gonna get something decent. Yeah, we'll do that. Where is he? He froze me, you fuck. We can't attack that one yet. I can't see where he is half the time. He almost just one-shot me.
Where am I?
Wait, this one's different than the last two times. Dude, why does he always target me with this fucking attack? What the fuck was that? It's fine. If you guys can kill him, that's great. I main farm ritual both leagues and can tell you it makes a significant difference. Okay. Because that's how I had it set up last league and it didn't do shit for me. Like, I found one audience all last league, but obviously this league, they did just change the appearance rate of them anyway, so that should help. Skill mana cost converted to life cost. Skills gain 1% of damage as chaos damage per 3 life cost. So the higher the life cost, the more damage. That's an interesting one. I haven't seen that. I don't think that one's specific, like a boss specific, but I think this one is. The Burden of Shadows? Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'm trying to think of how that would be, if that would be good, and how you would manage that. Because you just need something like the people who are making those what were they called? The demon form, where like your health is constantly dropping. Like you'd have to find a shit ton of life regen and stuff. But there's also, what did I see where it's your life regen has something to do with, I think I saw a note on the passive tree. Where it's like you have no more mana regen, but you have life regen or something. Where did I see that? I don't know where I saw that. I can't decide if I like this movement or not. Oh, with WASD? There are some times where, you know, because like specific movements, like this is me going diagonally, but I can't go like that direction exactly diagonally without like, you know, you have to like do that. But overall, I think it's way better. Some kind of life leech thing maybe. Oh, Infernalist Demon, yeah. GG's, Ricky and Sponge, that was a lot easier, yeah. Other than me just getting one shot from, like, I was across the map from him. I don't know how that happened. He just did a teleport explosion attack on me or something. Did you guys both get your skill, or wait, did you get your skill points, uppercase? I guess it's just whoever owns the, whoever opens the portal. How do I change tabs from remove only? In Guild Stash? Or what are you talking about, Griffo? I don't know, because I don't think it should be set up that way in normal, in your stash. Seems like your account's having some issues, Griffo. Like, it can't verify that you're playing on your account, but you still have, like, access to your stash. I don't know. Do you have multiple accounts? Because there was a lot of those issues with people who, like, had an account on console and then went to PC, but then they, like, created a new account or something, and then they try to merge the accounts and creates all sorts of issues. But getting used to it in combat is gonna be weird. Yeah, it took me a sec, for sure. Definitely took me a second. Also, I spec'd out of strong boxes to test essences, and I think I might like it.
Goodbye.
Let's see, what are essences worth? Because some of the greater essences I remember being pretty valuable, like greater essence of infinite is 19 divines, or no, never mind. You get 19 of them for 1 divine, so that's not very valuable. Upgrades a normal item to magic item with 1 random notable passive as a modifier. What? With 1 item rarity modifier. Okay, so that's just for rarity, but that other one is insane. It can only be used on body armor, but still. Upgrades a normal item to magic or a magic item to a rare item with 1 guaranteed property. On corruption, items gain 2 enchantments. With 1 guaranteed. 100% increased effect of socketed runes and soul cores on boots. I had no idea about these ones. I did a T1 map and almost died. Oh shit. Yeah, it's definitely a huge gamble, but like, that's still insane. And even this one is pretty insane. Obviously, it depends, like if you get double sockets on boots. So like that's where it's like, you know, that's also a gamble because you're probably gonna have to do it multiple times. Find a pair of magic boots that already have like a good roll, like movement speed or something, and a resistance, and then use this on it, and then corrupt it just to have to do it all over again. Don't know how you get those new ones, but oh, same. I Valorb like 9 out of 10 of them, unless I forget. I always carry Valorbs in my inventory, and I don't think it's, or actually once it's changed it to a greater essence. I think these are only from a unique map though. Aren't they? Didn't they say that there was like an essence map? Same alk, all my white strong boxes too. I got it once and failed. It's from Silent Cave. I've never even seen that unique map. I think that's what it's from. Because I feel like I remember them. It's like those crazy, or the potentially crazy rings and amulets that come from that other, where everything rises out of the water. But it's like with this one, you get another prefix. So technically you could get, you know, an insane fire damage roll, an insane flat lightning damage roll, and then get increased fire damage and increased lightning damage. Like you could have one ring that's giving you like 5,000, 10,000 damage. And then if you have it the other way, where you get one suffix modifier, you could have a ring where you're getting 4 resistances. Like, so if you get crazy resistance rolls, you could have a ring where you're getting, you know, 25% chaos, 35-40% lightning, 35-40 fire, 35-40 cold. And then that's like not even talking about stats. You could also get a crazy stats ring that has like 20 all attributes with 25-30 in strength and dex. That's insane. Yeah, the one I disconnected from on day 3 and haven't seen since. Yeah, a lot of the new content, I think it feels like it's too rare currently. Cause like, all I've done is the Viridian Woods, and I still haven't figured out how to do Viridian Woods because every time I do it, it gets fucked up. And Castaway, which is just gold, which, you know, is nice, but it's not like a potentially account changing item. But they're also hard to see. Like, I feel like they need to stand out more. Cause like, I didn't even realize what they looked like until I found one. And then I was like, wait, and I found 2 more that I didn't even know I had on my map. There's not like a way to like look them up, right? But it's like there, I have this Castaway one. That's the only one that I have. But I 100% could have just not seen one. Yeah, I searched up a quad flat damage ring and another guy has 5 of those listed for like a mirror each. Another duper, I think, probably. Currently have 5 unique maps in range. Which ones are they, Morgan? Because that is one thing that you should do with other people, because when me and Uppercase did his, I don't know what it's called, where the ground rises out of the water or whatever, we both got one of the items from it. Okay, well, I need to get some more of those omens. Wait, it lets me back in there? Oh, look at those orbs of transmutation.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
I'll check once I get back to my map device. Okay. Worst part about having divines is that I'm like, then I just need things. Because now I need to buy these. Not for divine.
Goodbye.
None of these maps are even juiced, so I'm not gonna waste good waystones on them. I don't know why, I've been in a very slouching mood today. Why are you hiding back there, bitch? Also, has anyone else noticed that they're getting like the exact same runes every time they get rune drops? Like, I swear to God, I found more robust runes than, like, greater robust runes than I could ever use. And it seems like they're the only ones that drop. Okay, I didn't know if I was just tripping or like their algorithm or drop rates or something has to be fucked, because like as far as greater runes, I probably have 30 robust and like maybe the max I have on another one is 10. So it's like 3 times more often. I also understand that I could update my loop filter, but also the only currency I've made this league is from finding random shit and getting lucky on rolls, then selling it. So if I start getting into the loop filter, I'm gonna fuck something up, and then I'm not gonna see the things that actually make me monies. Wonder where the boss arena might be. Could be down here, potentially. No? What's up, Zuri? I have Fractured Lake ×2, Viridian Wildwood ×3, and another I can no longer locate. Yeah, the Fractured Lake one, Morgan, if you want to do those, let me know, because those are the ones that have the chance to have crazy, like rings and amulets. I'll do one, I'm down. I'll just hang back. Yeah, it's not like it's not like a super difficult fight, I feel like. It still just is dependent on your waystone, I'm pretty sure. So it's like we could do like a I don't know. We could do like a 12 or 14 or something and probably still be fine. And you don't get surrounded the same way because like the map has to come out up first, so like it doesn't seem as insane. Let me just finish this map real quick. It'll only take me a second if I can find this boss room. Dude, all of these on-ground effects, I want someone to type a 1 in chat if you feel like on-ground effects and after-death effects are a net positive for your gaming experience. Just in any form. Do you think it like makes the game more difficult in a way that is like enjoyable, or more difficult, like just annoying for the sake of just like annoyingness? Uppercase, when we did it, didn't you get something too? Or no, maybe, I don't remember. Maybe you're right. If that's the case, then you should just do it yourself, Morgan. Like, I'll help you do them. Because then hopefully you can get something insane and it'll be valuable to you. Or if not valuable, then just something you can actually use. Which I guess would still be valuable to you, but just in a different way. There's no boss in Fractured Lake, it's just rare. Seems like you're too busy nowadays. I don't know what are you talking about, Zuri? I don't mind some. It's the fire ones that linger and create burning ground that annoy me. Am I seeing chats? Yes, I've been responding all night. Like if you expect me to respond 3 seconds after you write a chat, then I'm sorry, because that's an unfair expectation of me, especially when I'm playing a game. But you know, I don't mind some. It's the fire ones that linger and create burning ground. Those ones, but like, what I'm saying is, does that improve your gameplay experience? You know what I mean? Like, for instance, if you fight a boss in Dark Souls and you're like, oh my god, this boss has like really stupid mechanics, but you're like, this kind of difficulty is cool because then you learn it and you beat it. But it's like adding things to the game that are just bad just for the sake of them being there but it's not like there's nothing you can do to avoid a lot of these on ground effects other than just wait, which is like, that's not, to me as a player, that's not a fun, like that's not like a mechanic you can overcome. I don't know if I can. I just did a map with rarity and quantity and got a single crossbow. Boom. Love it, Morgan. Yes. Yeah, I haven't, like, yeah, my life has been kind of crazy. And I had like a huge expense come up recently, so I haven't had as much time. Like I've been having to work outside of streaming a lot lately to try to make money to do that. Which I hope I get to the point where, you know, streaming and videos, like, you know, I can focus on that if I have an expense come up, but unfortunately that's not the case yet. Without them, I would just brain off, so yeah, I think they are necessary. That's an interesting take, Sin. For me, a lot of times it's like something that I can't even see to know to avoid. So it doesn't seem like a gameplay mechanic, it just seems like a gameplay nuisance. Or it's like what I said, where it's just like you run into a group of enemies that just sits there, like you just have to sit there and stop playing the game. What do I have? That's... Is there a way to navigate this where I can pick that up? Let's just look at this quiver. Quivers are usually not great. No issues, just checking it up with you. Yeah, I'll reach out to her 100% once I get back into like doing them more regularly. It's also been weird with this game because they've had a lot of issues, Zuri, so it's like I've had a hard time figuring out what I'm gonna make content about with this game that's not just like criticizing the changes they made, because a lot of people have just stopped playing the game and stuff, so it'll be interesting. I think it'll be fine in the long run, but they just have had a hiccup this season. I'm not a friend of brain dead mapping, so it's okay, but also frustrating because some AoE attacks from mobs seem so overscaled. Okay, interesting. Definitely need to work on the visibility of them because the pools. Yeah, and like burning ground, for instance, on a lot of the maps, like that's one that drives me nuts because you see the fire somewhere and then you see a gap on the side that you're like, oh, okay, I'll just avoid the fire and go through the gap, but that there's actually burning across the entire area, like on Forge, where you're like on a very narrow path and like half the path will be covered in fire, so you try to go to the other side but you still get burnt, and I'm like, dude, that's fucked. I think, yeah, my biggest issue is just like visibility so that like you can know what to avoid, or like where there's every monster in the map has like an on death effect that's just leave poison or chaos pools like on the ground, and I'm just like, I just feel like I have to keep stopping or like go around because I don't want to just sit there and wait for 3 to 5 seconds for it to go away. Speak. Damage over time bypasses your energy shield. I don't know if I have that one yet. But it's actually not a bad one, especially for leveling. Because then you just recover your life pretty quickly, so you don't have to ever worry about like health pots for the most part. And it's not too difficult, even though the conversation we just had. Sometimes it's like early game, there's not a lot of damage over time that is like super tough to avoid. Amis. That one's just interesting. But I do hate that they're sometimes impossible to see. You copying me? I said it first. Okay, I did something and now my items aren't persistent on the ground. What did I do? What do you mean by items? Your curses? Oh, yeah, press Z. Yeah, I think it's Z. Yes. Yeah, Morgan, if you're ready, I'm down to run one of those. See if you get something nutty. Just send me an invite whenever. I did a thing, started a ranger. What are you gonna play on ranger? Did I miss any other messages? Lightning, I think. Maybe ice shot. Yeah, I'd be sick. Trying to think of, can you use a bow and a scepter? Like, could you do the gas cloud fire combo with that insane fire scepter and a bow? Bows are two-handed? What about quivers though? Like, it makes sense if you think about it in literal terms, but it's like, I guess that makes sense. Yo, Lady Death, thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Quiver goes on your back. I get it. Something you guys may not know. I have talked about it before in stream, but it's been a while. I shoot longbows. Like, that's, if I was gonna go hunt a deer and it was my thing, I hunt with a longbow. But the other funny thing is most people that hunt, what you do is you carry 2 arrows in your hand because you don't want something big and heavy or like something that can catch on trees and stuff. So you carry 2 arrows in your hand and you hold your bow in that hand, and then that's how you hunt. So that you just take one out and knock it when you're gonna take a shot. Because if you can't kill the animal with 2 arrows, then you probably shouldn't be hunting, you know? But like, compound bows have built-in quivers on them, so that makes it way easier. But like, people who do traditional bow hunting, that's usually what you do, is you just walk around with 2 arrows. Bubbles, yes. Love it. I get more unique strong boxes after speccing out of them. Dude, I wonder if it's bugged. Like, ritual altars in the Atlas tree was bugged last league. And I've heard other people saying that once they started putting points into it, it got worse. So they might not have fixed that, but I wonder if it's bugged. Yeah, like I said, on a compound bow, they have quivers built on, and I think that they make them for traditional bows, but I don't think it's a good idea. because it's like with a traditional bow, your balance of your bow is like super important, especially if you're like taking longer shots. So having any weight distribution differences would probably throw you off. So did you know that sticking 2 fingers up at someone originated from when Britain used longbows? When the French caught them, they would cut those 2 fingers off so they couldn't draw the bow. That is interesting. I did not know that. Cause like that's like a thing in the UK, right? Like that's never been a thing in America, but I remember in like elementary school learning that that was like the British way to flip somebody off or something. Bitch. What's up, Astro? It is 2 with compound, so we balance the bow with the quiver. Yeah, but like compound bows, what I'm saying is that on a traditional bow, that's all you have. On a compound, you can screw on the like bar on the front, the, I don't even know, balance bar or whatever it's called. There's a term for it. There's like all these extra things you can add to it, where with a long bow or like a recurve, you don't have that many customization options. So like making one small change, there isn't a counterweight to that. There's just that. Like, there's not a bunch of places to screw things on or strap things on. And most people who, or at least everyone that I went with, because I, like, 2 of my really good friends when I was in high school were super into traditional bow hunting as well. And like one of them ended up becoming like a guide that takes people all over the world. But every time I've gone traditional bow hunting, it's like the least amount of stuff you have with you, the better. And like most people, a lot of people didn't even have the, what are those things called that they put on the bowstrings? I don't know if it's called silencers or like, I think that's what they call them. But they're like these little things that you put on your string to like help so the shot isn't as loud. So if you do miss, it doesn't like spook the animal. But yeah, I used to be like way into it, but I would just go shoot. I didn't love the hunting aspect of hunting. I just loved the like knowing how to shoot a bow and like trying to get as good as I could with it. Especially because it was like me and my one friend, and then the rest of my friends were all like compound bow users. So it was kind of, you know, it's like trying to do something that they weren't able to do, or like, you know, accuracy stuff. So it was fun. I love that. Yeah, but you know that arrows that you shoot through a compound bow are totally different than arrows you shoot through a traditional bow. And like I had full wooden arrows because I wanted to be that guy. So not the smartest choice, because here's the thing, wooden arrows break all the time. So that, you know, even just like shooting at a target. Whisker biscuit, but is that just for compound bows? Because I remember my one friend knew way more than I knew, because like I said, he was like super into hunting and ended up becoming like a huge guy in that scene. But yeah, see, for some reason on recurve and traditional bows, they're called silencers, string silencers. Like, I'll show you what they look like. They look totally different than I think the... I don't remember what the compound ones look like. Big snowballs. For bowstring silencers. Wait, what does this person say? Is a paracord jacket? It's funny how, like, this is like one of those things that people are always trying to come up with the next new best thing. Because then if I show you what a whisker biscuit is, it's a totally different thing. Dude, I don't know why fucking Mozilla is having a rough time tonight. Like, why does my thing disappear when I go... Fiberglass or carbon fiber? Yeah, I ended up switching, clearly, because arrows also aren't cheap. So, unless you can make your own, which is a painstaking process. Oh, the whisker biscuit is for the site. That's right. You were just saying your favorite bow term. Okay. So this is like the rest for a compound bow. Ever been bow fishing? I haven't, but I had a bunch of friends that did it. Because in one of our local reservoirs, we have a shit ton of carp. And it's like a problem, so they just allow people to go out there and just kill as many as they want. They're not like the Asian carp, they're just big, fat, gross carp. Yeah. Seeing on my bow, that's called the knock, I think, right? Because it's like when you knock an arrow. I don't know how that's spelled though. Is it N-O-C-K? Oh, where the arrow? What is that called then? You're right, yeah, the knock is the thing that touches the arrow, that holds it in place. So what is that ledge called on a traditional bow? And I closed it so fast I didn't get to read it. A weird pop-up. From what? Cool, my BF and his brother used to do that. Yeah. Like, my problem is I've never, ever since I was a kid, never been a fan of killing animals, period. So like hunting for me, like that was like a big deal where I grew up, and a lot of my friends were big into hunting. But like, that's why I got into traditional bow hunting. It's called the shelf. Why does that sound not right? But either way, because I was like shooting a deer from 200 yards away with a perfectly accurate gun. Doesn't seem very fair. So I was like, if I can get within, you know, 20 yards of a deer and kill it, it gives it a, like, it means more. Even though I like would eat the deer anyway, But like, that's another thing. Last summer, my parents were having issues with rock chucks. Do you know what those are? They're like a groundhog, essentially. And they wanted me to kill them for them. And so I killed one and ate it because I felt bad about just killing it and leaving it. And it wasn't as bad as you think it would be. Yeah, they're cute, but if you saw the amount of damage, like my parents had, or they have a shed out back where the entire base, like the inside of the shed, collapsed because of all their holes that they had burrowed under it. Lurk initiated. Sounds good, Martin. Thank you, bro.
Go well.
Dude, we've been all over the place tonight. I love it. We're talking about all sorts of random shit. Yeah, and like I said, when I ate it, because I was kind of worried about it too, like I looked it up online to make sure that you can eat them, you know? I feel like anything in theory you can eat as long as you cook it properly, but I was still, you know, I'm like, it's kind of just like a giant rodent. Can you, like, is there like some weird diseases that they carry in their meat that, whatever? But yeah, I ended up, the thing is, that's also crazy, is this thing was probably, I don't know, 15 pounds. Like, it was so fat. And I cut into it, and like, after I skinned it, I literally got like maybe 4 to 8 ounces of meat from it, maybe even less. Like, cause it's just all fat. Like, they're just covered in fat. Dude, hideout maps are low-key kind of like insane now, because they just put everything, like they tried to make them more valuable to do, so you just have so many monsters like crammed into a tiny area that it feels like if you got like juiced hideout maps, it might actually be like insane. There's my level. And I'm lagging like crazy. These are all skill gems. Didn't want to miss that chest. You never know, dude. Most of my divines come out of fucking chests and vases versus from killing monsters. Or urns. And the blacksmith strongbox sucks too. Wait, I closed it so fast and my map turned around? She's destroying me and I failed? Yeah, Morg, what happened? You got a rogue exile? I can't path to this unique map right now, I don't think. Okay. Because I closed it so fast. Bog Witch. So it was just a regular map, but with it was a boss map like this. Is that your first boss map you've ever done? I don't remember there being a pop-up, but if it's the first one you've done, then maybe. It's not your first. Yeah, I have no idea. That's super weird. My BF's family love to fish, not so much on hunting. I've never done either. Yeah. See, and that the whole point of me telling that story was that I would still feel bad murdering a bunch of carp, even though I know it's for the ecosystem and stuff. Like, I could probably shoot 2 of them and then I would just be like, this isn't for me, so. And maybe not even that. Like, that's why I just never went, because I was like, it's literally shooting fish in a barrel, because carp, they're so big and they're like retarded, so they don't move. So you can like you're literally just standing above a carp with a bow. Just, it's probably a quick death. I don't know. Depends on where you hit it. Maybe I'll do this with you tomorrow. My mouth hurts. No, yeah, you're good, Morgan. I thought you had like, they were just like right there. Like you had access to them. I didn't even think about the fact that you have to like path all the way to them.
Go for.
It's a lot of spirit. Yeah, I hit it twice. I think that's the most spirit I've seen on a scepter this league. Even though, like, Purity of Ice, I don't know how many people are gonna run that for just cold res, but the thing about the scepters is, you know, you're getting quite a bit of res. Like, it would actually be kind of convenient. Okay, we need to fully juice. Is this one fully juiced? No. But I don't want to do one that like has potential because it's a tower. United Ground sucks. Experience gain. We could do that one. It's gonna be annoying because of 77% more monster life, but that's fine.
Go for.
I thought I did too. I'm gonna lay down. Yeah. Take care of your face and mouth. Sounds weird for some reason when I say it, but I was not meaning that in a weird way. I have to path one map to them. Can I be a pain and steal back Hyries at the end of the stream? Finally back to making Ranger. Oh no, yeah, you're good, Sin. I have another chess piece. Like, I have one I can use that I was using before that might be fine still. It's got like, I think Ultra or someone gave it to me. It's got like a shit ton of evasion, so I should be fine. And if you take it back, it might inspire me to just go, you know, with a 50-50 chess piece, so I get more energy shield, because it seems like that's kind of the way most people go. I don't know where I put it though. I might have put it, yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's got like 2200 evasion, so yeah, that's, we can make it work, bro. Thank you for letting me use this all this time. Also, I need Just to come back in. He loaned me that health pot, and I need to give it back to him because I haven't even been using it. Because it has so few charges that even though it gives you a lot of health back and it's like instant, I'd rather have more charges. TBH. Yes, thank you for the shout out, uppercase. Oh no, what are the upcoming changes? They're just improving loot drops. It's nothing like, so they're positive changes. but we don't have a release date for that patch yet. And I know a few people that are like kind of waiting to see how that changes the game. Like if it makes it feel like your time is being valued more before they're gonna decide if they're gonna keep like grinding this league or not. So there's a lot of that where it could be a turning point for this league in a good or a bad way, in both terms too. Like if it significantly improves loot drops, that could bring a lot of people back but could destroy the economy. If it doesn't significantly improve loot drops, people will come back and be frustrated still and then just stop playing this league. So there's a little bit of pros and cons on both sides. But the economy for this game is already, it's like you have, you know, the top 1% who has all the currency and value and gear and everything, and they're controlling the entire market because they're able to farm all the valuable things, and then they set the prices for all those things. It is crazy how little damage these guys take because of their stupid shield. To you, bro. I am hybrid chest on my lightning experience now, but happy to load you. I should be good, Sin. I don't know how much they are, but I probably have enough right now if I wanted to buy it. And it will be, I was gonna test this out before, but I think one of the things this was giving me was decks that I couldn't, like I didn't want to respec a bunch of shit to just to do a test, so. But I was gonna test out to see how big a difference it's making anyway. So yeah, but like I said, I appreciate you letting me use it. Once I finish this map, I can meet up with you. Oh, no nerfs yet, and maybe upgrades to the, yeah, yep, to the Asmeri spirits. They said they're gonna be improving drops from the possessed monsters, the monsters that get affected by the spirits. So we'll see, because they're pretty god-awful right now, but it's always hard to know what their like definition of improved loot drops, because like one of the other funny things about a lot of the interviews and stuff that they did is they're like, and it makes sense, they're like, hey, we don't play the whole game when we're changing things, we just play splices. You get what I mean? So like they'll make a change, they'll like make a lightning or a spark sword, give it like probably near meta gear, and then go try an area and be like, okay, let's lower the damage values, let's lower all this stuff, and then try that same area again and be like, okay, well, you know, and then they'll be like, well, the loot feels fine to us, but it's like, I don't know what they're using. Like, it could be fine to you if you have like gear that nobody can ever afford, but if you're just playing like a regular person, then there's a reason why so many people have brought it up. It's not just like a fluke. And all the people that would be defending GGG right now about loot drops and changing drop chances and all this stuff have already quit playing this league. So like, that's a pretty big statement in and of itself.
Emotional suicide. You know it's a knife for eye. I didn't wanna walk.
10 div. Yeah, I'm pretty close to that anyway. Yeah, but Sin, here's the problem, is I forget a lot of things, and also, yeah. So if I'm gonna have to make the change, I might as well do it anyway right now while I'm thinking about it versus forgetting and then getting back on and then being like, oh shit, I didn't respect for all that shit. And yeah, I'd rather figure it out now anyway. What were those nodes I was gonna go into? There was one in particular I remember seeing. That one. I need to figure out how to get into that. The shit part is you get so few levels that like you really want to try to make these points you get to like feel like it's doing something. But that might not be an option right now. Some more defense would be good anyway. Let me get rid of this shit. $95. At 78, you probably have something better anyway. What one did I just put away? No, we're gonna keep that. That's the other thing, is I'm probably gonna hop off fairly soon. Because I do have to work again tomorrow. First T16 boss map, let's see what happens. Hey, good luck, uppercase. Deal. I was able to do tier 1 Zesh by myself. I did die once. It is that fight. I feel like the boss itself isn't that bad. It's kind of like the one we just did, where it's like the boss itself isn't too crazy, but you have all these other things happening, and then the longer the fight goes on, the more like randomness is happening. So it's when it gets spicy. Thank you again, Sin. I can run it with you if you want. Sure, let's do it. What do we gotta lose, bro? Oh wait, I just put it in my stash. Dude, how do I get those to show up? Oh, good idea. Put on armor. Are any builds using Hawa? Has anyone seen builds running Hawa lately? Bag of weed, what's up? Sorry I missed your message. I was kind of distracted, my bad. I've seen some? Okay. Because this is the build, like, you would think these builds would thrive using it, but because you're already investing into in and Dex, but like getting the electrocute is pretty important from Kitakokos or whatever the fuck. I can never remember the actual name of The slow burn. But yes, bag of weed. How is your night going? Also, shout out Uppercase for keeping up with chat. Because I try, but sometimes I miss things. Even though it is funny, like, depending on the stream, obviously, but like a lot of times going into a stream and someone will ask a question and you'll like respond to it in the chat, but then like they're not looking at the chat for an answer, and so they won't respond until they hear the streamer like give them the answer. Oh my catalyst. I don't know. I forgot I don't have that thing turned on. I don't know when I turned it off. It doesn't matter now, but I don't know what was yours. If you need any of this stuff, you can take it. I just want that spirit gem. Oh, and a breach ring. I'll take that. One breach ring, one spirit gem. I got some of these already. You can take whatever else you want. Take it all? I'm sure there's stuff here you need. The only one that's like really even valuable is the adaptive one. But I think I bought a bunch of those. They're not like expensive. I think I got like 20 of them for, or like, yeah, like 20 of them for a couple exalt. Wasn't crazy. I have like a smudge on my glasses that are gonna drive me nuts for this fight. He just instantly goes underground? What the fuck was that? Who do you think you are, bitch? Here come the hands. I remember how impossible those felt to dodge. Same with his like, what are you doing? His like shoot the air ball at you. Cause I'm like, where do I go? And essentially all of it is just like stay next to him. Boom. We got a Choir of the Storm. Unfortunately, it's only level 18 lightning bolt, but it's still solid. Does anyone use this anymore? Because like Auto Bomber's dead, right? Maybe Barricade's Spark Witch that he was working on might use this still though. Okay, so if it's not the first boss guy, I think I can one-shot T16 bosses with hammer. Nice. Boom. There we go. Thank you, Sin. Good dude. That Sin guy. He's a good dude. Last league, I fought him twice. He was rude. Yeah, maybe they made him easier. I don't know. Cause like, the one time I died was just because I got frozen by when he starts shooting freezing bolts. or he summoned something to shoot freezing bolts, and then a hand slammed on me. But like, I used to see the hands coming out and be like, I would just start panicking. I'm just like, oh, I'm dead. Just a matter of time. And it doesn't feel like that this league. So either I learned it pretty well last league, or they changed something. Or a combination of both. Yeah, some more points. That's really the most valuable thing. That's the one that's hard to time, because you just see the hand hovering and I'm like, okay, when do I dodge? Is there like, I don't know if there's a sound cue, but you're also like listening and watching for other things to happen while that's happening. And so like, that was the one that's like a guarantee death for me. Honestly, this one could potentially be interesting even on this build, because it's just a critical hit with skill hits. And critical hits ignore enemy monster lightning res. So in theory, it could be decent for this build. Like, I couldn't use it because I need the spirit and intelligence I'm getting from this right now. But who knows? I'm sure someone's already tried it and it's probably not great. Like right off the rip. It only has 583 DPS. Clearly that's before speccing in, but like, I guess I don't have a lot of just like straight up lightning damage nodes, so. But it is crazy that it's that low. Like, we only have, that's electrocution. Do we have anything for just like elemental damage? I don't think we do. Oh, we have some right here, but that's only with attacks, so that wouldn't even give it a boost. So yeah, you'd have to be spec'd into a bunch of other stuff. That makes sense. It was just a thought.
Go for
The shadow isn't visible now either, so it's much harder unless they fixed it. I think they fixed it, because when I did it earlier, I didn't die to it. I just would wait like 1 second and then evade, and then wait 1 second and then evade, and somehow I didn't die this time. But I could see the shadow the whole time, which last league, I don't think I ever saw the shadow once. Like, I would know what was gonna happen, but I just had no idea when or anything. Good res belt. 3 charm slots. I have so many belts I can probably get rid of now. Cause, like, is almost builds, every build still using ingenuity even though they tried to like nerf it into the ground? Because all the stuff I've looked up like recommends either ingenuity or something like that. Headhunter, yeah, is the other one. I forgot about Headhunter. I remember the first time I did it, there was no shadow. I got lucky and timed it. Yeah, it's crazy. Because even on this build, isn't it recommended to use Headhunter if you can get it? I don't know if I even know Headhunter's, like, what does it do for you off the top of my head? It's like for damage, right? Just gives stats? Gives you a rares mod when you kill it. Okay. Strength, dex. When you kill a rare monster, you gain its modifiers for 20 seconds. So that could get insane with how fast you can kill rares. Yeah, with like the mob density and stuff. Because you could just have, like, is there a limit to how many mods you can have? Want to use mine and my chest. Not that I'm aware of. Okay. FSK, I'm down, but not right now. I think it'd be sick, but I need to figure out how I'm gonna get my chest piece on first, so that like I said, so I don't start next stream and be like, oh shit, because it's just something I don't want to do, or go into a map and like I'll totally forget I don't even have a chest piece on. Where's this going? Armor. But I have so many belts I've kept that I can probably just get rid of, because I was like, when I first heard about like Ingenuity, I didn't know if that was gonna be like the go-to, and they've been trying so hard to get people to use rare belts that I was like, having like a belt with strength and 2 resistances could be S tier. Okay. So I need to see, because I don't have enough decks, right? How far off are we? Kind of a lot, to be honest. We need 40 decks. And I know we can't lose. We can maybe lose a little bit of int. No. We can't lose any int or strength. So I either need to get an insane amulet where I don't lose any int, but gain 40 decks. Seems possible, right? The other thing I can do is I can easily get most of that dex though,
Time to change me ways.
by just specking out of a couple things. Like where did I put that point just barely? Over here.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, I can try out the belt though, that's for sure. That thing's insane. Oh, you're just giving me all your shit to try out? $75? You got the modifier 75% when you wait. No, that's just from your, okay, that's just from those. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? 49 to spirit, dex, fire, lightning. So weird how sometimes the bonuses you're getting don't make sense. Like this has less lightning damage, barely any more accuracy, but it has more physical damage. You get what I mean? Like if you just looked at those, I wouldn't have thought that his would give me more damage, but it does. Okay. Okay, so if I don't use these, am I gonna be electrocuting often enough? We'll just try it out. We won't ask questions, we'll just go. We're not gonna look at resistances because we don't want to. Okay, so I'm still gonna need some decks though. Jesus. Here, wait one sec. It should all fit. The irony is I think I have that ring. That one you gave me. I think I found it early on and I was using it on this build and then... Didn't I have it? I swear to God I had this. Unless I gave it to someone. Because now it's like valuable, right? Except they're like 50 div right now. Yeah, I know. Does your armor give dex? LE has me now. I don't think I'm gonna be coming back this season. Oh, the perfect jewelers, dude. The way that I got these perfect jewelers was I made like 15 divines selling rings and a mace that I just had like insane rolls on. And I spent most of them because I was trying to use my currency to make more currency. So I was trying to make level 21 lightning spear and I did like 6 of them and didn't hit on any of them. So I got left over with a couple perfect jewelers. So I was like, well, there goes whatever, 8 divines, 10, whatever it was at the time. So yeah. Don't think mini use Kitikokos anymore. Looks so horrendous. Brutal. Yeah, right? Yeah, FSK had like insane gear, dude. Okay, let me see. I swear to God I had this ring at one point though. Like I said, we're not gonna worry about resistances. We're not gonna worry about anything except for getting enough decks. We only need... So now we can, because we got in from him, some of his stuff. So now we can lose some in. We can respec some of that in.
Not wrong with a new approach.
And I don't need much more decks, which is actually kind of surprising. I think I just need one more. Okay, now we're solid. Dude, I have too many things in my inventory. Give me one sec. Oh God.
Looks like a blink of an eye's not enough.
Taloku.
She'd rather be staying for days now. I'd rather fix it than mess up again. She'd rather be...
Wait, what'd you say, uppercase? Okay, well, we're gonna have to do some giveaways. Actually, before I do that, let me see. I'm gonna ask a question, and if we have enough people vote, we'll do a giveaway. How about that? because it's always hard to get people to vote in polls for some reason. But if you have something to gain out of it, maybe it'll encourage people. Even when they're like, I think funny or interesting polls, so. Okay, polls up. Yeah, I wouldn't touch. Here's the thing, anyone that lets me use any of their stuff or borrow, like even all those rings that like you, FSK, Sin, I think gave me a couple. I know Uppercase gave me a couple, and Ultra. I have all those rings. I still have even more over here because people gave me a shit ton of rings to try to help me figure out resistances and stuff. None of it's going anywhere. And I don't even know who gave me what anymore, so it'll be reinvested back into the community. We'll just put it in Guild Stash or something, and hopefully someone else doesn't sell it, but you know. Was it worth me asking for Harry's back now? Even bigger come up, right? Yeah, that's insane. Shout out. Hey, golf claps to FSK. Okay, everyone. Vote in the poll. If we get enough votes, I have an arbitrary number in my head. Then we'll give away a div to someone for nothing. You don't have to be following. You don't have to be subscribed. You don't have to do anything. And we're close to the number, to be honest. It could just be like 1 or 2 more votes to change it. So if you're listening, vote real quick. Gotta Val the old spear for content? Dude, we'll do it. Fuck it. Like, honestly, I'm surprised more of them aren't corrupted, just because I don't know what the odds are of getting like a bad corruption, but we're about to see. If anyone has the odds to fuck it up, it's this guy. Okay. And we didn't even use a Omen. I need to remember that from now on. W. Now, this might actually end up being better than this. Because possibly. The crit chance, the inherent crit chance, I think is what gives this the edge. Nah. I voted no, I was the only one. Okay, let's see. I have to look at the results to see if we hit the number. Barely, guys. And I set the bar so low. It was, my number in my head was 5, because that's like hard enough to get me to get 5 people to interact with a poll. Clip it. Give a div to the 4 people who voted. Still gonna cash in big on the old one? Yeah. Oh, the flat physical. Is that what makes it? Because this spear is someone else's. Was this your old spear, FSK? Either you or Ultra gave it to me, I remember. So what should I socket in it then? Do I just do more accuracy or do I do lightning? Is Just in here? What's up? What's up, Just? I got your flask for you, bro. I was just talking about you like 20 minutes ago. It was you, okay. Yeah, more accuracy, okay. So I don't have to look it up. Okay, let's see. Dude, look at that. I think I was at 39 or 40. So just got 20k damage. It only costs 150 divines if I was, or more. Probably 200-ish if I was to do it. Says it goes up by 5k. King Op, what's up, brother? Dude, I need to fix this chat thing because I cannot see. Like on Twitch, I can see the colors of your names and it like makes things stand out more. This is all just names, so I can't tell when like new messages come in and shit. It's driving me nuts. What's the crit say on the spear tab? Good point. 73 to 134. 69 to 130. But the base, the main hand crit chances, this number is lower. That's super weird. Because on that one it's 60%. On this one it's 55.35. Oh, you're giving me a div for the giveaway? So we're giving away, how about this? We'll give away 3 divs. I can't use them all right now, even though we just got donated these. You know, that's kind of what I love to do. So shout out FSK. He donated a shit ton. Shout out Just, because he just gave me another one. So we can add another person to the giveaway. Let me get this. Does it go into the Flash tab or does it go into? Yes. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. It was clutch. Venopuncture. I most likely don't have it. Yes, definitely don't. How much is it on the trade site? Buy one. It's needed. Wait, buy a venopuncture? Dude, thank you, Just. For giving away a div for the giveaway, bro. Okay, I just need to set up the giveaway real quick. Give me 1 sec. Dude, I have a giveaway from when I was playing D2R. I was giving away a low room. It's still in here. Okay, we'll do a 5-minute timer.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Did that pop up for you guys? Wait, did I? There we go. Boom. We're giving away 1 divine orb to 3 different people. ! Raffle to enter. Here's the thing though. There are no rules. You don't have to be follower. You don't have to be subscribed. You don't have to do anything. You just have to be here. That's it. GGG is apparently really weird about giveaways. So I like to say all of this stuff beforehand so that you know there are no prerequisites. If you're here, you can win a divine. I don't need anything out of it. This is just because we got donated divines, and so we're gonna give them away. Tafer, Sazmaz, welcome in. How are you doing? Snooze the ads. Thank you, uppercase. PC those gloves real quick. What if I don't even have a character for the season? Then, you know, probably don't enter. If you do enter and you win, you can just decide who it goes to, I guess. Or we can roll again if you just want to be a part of it. What if I decided to give a div to someone in chat? You could do that. Can I choose, then give them? For sure, Jess. I won't join, I'm just trolling. No, dude, you're good. I'm gonna give my chance to someone. Oh, okay. So you enter, and if you win, you'll give that to someone. For sure, dude. Just you donated one of them, so it's completely up to you. Is this what you were talking about, FSK? Just show you the glove rolls, or oh, you said PC is price check. My bad, dude. Let's see what the gloves are worth. Fuck. I don't know what to change here. I guess we could take that off and set that number, see. No, that didn't work. We can just lower values and see, like 15, 25, 15. There's nothing even on the market, dude. Closest thing. And these have way less evasion. But other than that, they're more damage. So that's like the closest thing. And I guess it depends on what someone's looking for, but because that evasion is really low on those gloves. They also don't have it socketed with evasion either. But yeah, that's the closest. Okay, let me check on this. How much time do we have left? 20 seconds. Exclamation mark raffle if you want to enter for a chance to win a divine. I'm giving away one divine to 3 people. Exclamation mark raffle. You don't have to follow, you don't have to sub, you don't have to do anything. Wonder what your double socket spear is worth now too. Let's see. What do you like? 2 sockets. This is so annoying, dude. So with no accuracy rating, that one's worth 3. I don't know how, like, I guess we could go all the way down to 100. 50? Yeah, there's nothing even similar. So I like the price check thing is hard because especially with something that has so many specific stats, like to get an accurate idea, I guess we could take off that. We'll set that back up to 100. Take off cold damage and see if there's anything in the realm that has physical damage, which is worth more apparently than the cold anyway, but has less accuracy, has more crit hit chance. That's a almost 4.5% crit hit chance. That's kind of crazy, but probably close to this value. Similar crit hit chance. Has lightning damage instead of elemental damage, which I think is more valuable, getting the flat lightning damage versus just like a percentage of elemental damage. Maybe, maybe not. Has a little bit more accuracy, but like it's 100 more accuracy, which is something, but who knows? So I'd probably say between the 7 and 20 value. Is to PoE 2 trade? What do you mean? Just like enter it on the site manually? Or is that a different app? How is it that we can copy all the stats and import them into, like, Path of Builder can literally take all of our shit and upload it into their system. Max Roll, you can copy paste items and also pull all your data from Path of Builder, but we can't copy and paste items into the trade website? Or do I just not know what I'm doing when it comes to that? Okay, we're gonna pick a winner real quick while I figure this out. Dude, we only had 6 people. You guys got a 50% chance of winning a div. Okay, good luck, y'all. Good luck. We're in ads. It's all good. Crimson isn't in ads. It'll still announce their name in the yo, Crim, golf claps. Okay, next. Sin. Boom, Sin. King Op. We already finished the timer for the giveaway. So, but we'll do another one tomorrow. Yeah, sorry, bro. I tried to announce it as many times as I could. I was trying to pad the number. I don't like those odds. It still says your name, though. It says your name in chat. Ads should be over in 25 seconds. Yeah, so Op, if you come back in tomorrow, we'll do another one. And usually I would say 90% of the time I do giveaways, we have like less than 10 people in the giveaway. So there's pretty high odds that you'll get something. Unless I get rated by someone with like 300 viewers, then we'll get maybe 15 people in the giveaway, but you'd be surprised. Okay, ads are done. Welcome back. Congrats, Crimson. Congrats, Sin. One last person. Mime! Boom! Golf claps. Golf claps for all the winners. Congrats, y'all. Let's go. I never win. I didn't enter. Okay, so let's get you guys in here.
Goodbye.
Min, what's your character's name in here again? I'll donate mine to Sponge. Hey, it's up to you. You decide. So Sponge, congrats, bro. I'm on Corpse Stressed. Okay. I swear I have you added, don't I? Maybe you're just in the guild. I'll add you as a friend. You don't have to accept it if you don't want to. No pressure. And then Sponge, Sinister decided to donate his to you. Shout out, Sin. Always looking out for people. That was weird. Congrats. Congrats, my friend. Congrats. Boom. Once again, shout out FSK and shout out Just for making this possible. Because they donated, like FSK donated, I don't even know, 18 divines, and then Just donated another one to just add one to the giveaway. So, S tier. We'll do more tomorrow. And however we can help people out. Because what the fuck are we doing here if we're not trying to help out people in the community? You know what I mean? Yay, I have 3 friends now. Boom. Wait, that's so many WTF. I entered cause I never won anything, not cause I wanted the divine. Yeah, see? Now I'm buying better Tangletongue. Tangletongue. Okay, I was gonna look up, well, first I was gonna look up, what is that? What was that unique he was looking for? Like Poison Burst or some shit? What was it called again? Venopuncture. I was close. Not even close. Venopuncture. Let's see what this bitch does. All damage taken from hits while bleeding contributes to magnitude of chill on you. All damage from hits against bleeding targets contributes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember when you found that, uppercase. Glad it helped. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, now I'm gonna try to look up my spear since Like I said, how do we not have a copy paste feature for the trade site? Spear. Crafting, yes. Rune sockets, 2. God. Okay. Adds blank cold damage 17 to 22. Adds lightning damage. Accuracy. Critical hit chance. Damage bonus. No results found. I even took off the 2 sockets. Still no results. The fuck is happening? I don't know. I don't know how to use it properly. Did you not like the unique flask? No. So here's the thing, Just. I don't have enough life where it's like super helpful because I don't have that much life. Once it starts going down, I need to just be able to hit a potion a lot when I start taking damage. What would happen is that instantly fills because I'm not gonna sit at like 25%. I'm not gonna wait till I get to 25% life before I hit a potion. If it gets to 50, I hit it, and then that's like wasting, you know, 500 health that I'm not getting. I know you get it as guard, but the one thing about that potion that I didn't love is that it has so few charges. So you can only use it like 4 times before it's empty, and like in a boss fight, that means you're just fucked once it's empty. Whereas with this, I get charges per second. So even in a boss fight, I just avoid damage for a little while and I'll get another, and I get like 7 uses out of it. So it's like, that's where I kept running into issues. Also, if you hit the full screen button in the top right of the Sidekick app, it'll pull up the website. Yes, that is also true. But when I'm looking up my item, if nothing shows up on the trade site, then it doesn't. Oh, that's what you're saying. So I don't have to type all that shit in. You're just saying hit that, and it just automatically adds all your stuff to the site. You, dude. You, Crimson. You good guy. I like you. You good guy. I got super lucky with Val Orbs this season, so currency never been an issue. Dude, that's sick. Get yourself Orloffs. That's what I was using. And I didn't like it, for me personally. Like the old version, I never even used the old version, but I'm sure it was way better than whatever they changed it to. And it's still good. Like that guard you get is solid, but it's like, it's not enough to keep me alive for, like I was dying way more than when I just switched to my regular potion. Because what kept happening is like I said in boss fights, is the #1 place. I just kept running out of potion uses. And then you can only run around with 25% HP for so long. And I don't know how that works. I didn't read anywhere that it gets charges per second. So I don't know how that works, but it didn't seem like it was ever refilling. Unless you're killing enemies, which in a boss fight doesn't help you, so. Maybe it's just my personal preference, but. Holy shit. Uppercase. Uppercase got it now too. Okay. So, all that took a minute. I was gonna get off a half an hour ago. But hey, we gotta do some giveaways. FSK gave me some insane gear to use for the season until he needs it back. And dude, we're in a great spot. Actually, before I do that, fuck that. We need to try out this new gear. I can't just like get all this insane shit and then just disappear. Am I right? Okay, let's see. I have some juice maps over here that I didn't finish because we were having 0 luck on them. That one's got all the things hitting it. $13, $19, $14, $18. I swear I had one that had like 30% or something, but maybe I used it already. $15, $18. We're just gonna do that one. I don't like less cooldown recovery rate though. That one's fine. We'll do that. Thank you, uppercase. Point uppercase. I'll get you off in less than half an hour anytime you need. Put it on the board. Put it on the board, boys. Once RNG increases, I'm hoping to sell it for 20 div. Yeah, no, and that's the thing, is that I think you did a smart thing. If I had the currency back then, buying that kind of stuff early in the season is smart. I'm going to get lunch before I lose 10 kilograms. That's a lot. But enjoy your lunch, just. Careful on those. Yeah, I can't get hit. But at least with this waystone, we have a couple tries, so. But who's worried about getting hit when everything's dead once you look at it? Oh, and look at that, dude. We got fucking mana drain. It's probably the most useless one to get as a character. It's like the worst one to play against. How did I not take damage from that? You can't evade fire, can you? It's not like not a thing, right? That is though. I didn't even see where that came from. Good thing we leveled up before we did this. and it wasted another one of my omens that I didn't need at that time. That's the dumbest part about those omens, dude. It should pop up and say, would you like to use your omen? Because it's like, as soon as you level up, you just take them off until you're like 50% of the way through that level. Or like 30%, depending on how high of level you're at. It's just a fucking thing. Doesn't need to be that way. I'm not even sure how FSK, did you have max out resistances, or were you just riding dirty? Oh yeah, that's true. I can do cast on crit. Oh, so that's why you don't need the gloves anymore. I already have it. I have it ready somewhere. Where are you asking, UPC? So I've been dumping my extra boss fragments in Guild Stash now, if I remember. You're all back. What? What does that even mean? Good point. It was a reference to your fat ass, LOL. Is this happening? Are we witnessing the blossom of potentially the greatest love story of our generation? Am I spelling something wrong here? What is it going into again? Riding dirty. I love it, FSK. Okay. So now we have that. We should be good.
Goodbye.
Because the thing is the scepter gives you a shit ton of fire res. Right? How are we still not maxed on fire res though? That's what's crazy. Is it like diminished for yourself? Is that how that works? 40% fire res? I guess if that's like the only fire res you're getting. Also, did you give me an amulet? You did. I'm using the wrong amulet. Vexinic, no Tangle Tongue for this. I didn't know anyone was using Tangle Tongue for this build. Probably put it in here. Yes. Oh, but now I know. What are we getting from this that we don't have? Just some crit hit chance? I think we're probably critting enough anyway. Subterfuge Mask is just a defensive thing, isn't it? It's actually probably pretty useful for staying alive. How much more int do I need? We just need 12 more. How much strength do I need for shit?
Goodbye.
We can make this work.
I'll try. Try not to cock it up a second time.
Okay, we good? Okay, let's try it again. Thunder Leap? No, this isn't the Thunder Leap build. I've never I just use that to navigate sometimes. This is just, you know, the boring lightning spear that I initially started thinking that I was gonna make my own build until my build was nowhere near as good as everybody else's. Like all the pros that came up with it. But for a second, I did attempt. We made it all the way to like tier 14 maps with me not following any kind of build guide or changing to any of the meta shit. Yeah, get fucked. What is happening? Who froze me? Who did that? Where did you come from, bitch? The other thing, I can turn this thing on now too. Where is it? Get some Wind Dancer. Dude, stop moving. Took way too many hits. I guess I should probably have Sniper's Mark on my bar still too. Just so I can cast it if I'm not critting or if I'm not getting charges. We got a spider following us backwards. That was already dead. He just got lost in the sauce and was following us anyway. Well, other than that run that I did with I think it was Ultra. This might be the best I've had for Breach. Like, I think I've only had 1 or 2 breach rings drop ever. And like maybe, you know, 10 splinters. I use Tingle Tongue and it's pretty strong with some specific builds. That's why your fire res isn't working. I also use Thunder Asleep. It's not in the builds, but it's fun. When you can, Ricky, change your tree to this. Oh, so you're supposed to use Orb of Storms? What the fuck? Also, the gem setup has changed for the build. Has it now? What build are you using, Eggerman? If you don't mind me asking. Because I've heard of people asking for Tangle Tongues. Like, I know that there is builds that are using them. But I just haven't seen anyone personally. Like, Sponge, I think, is the only one that I know of personally that's using that build. But I haven't looked at his, like, build setup. Change the variant. That's what I'm doing. It literally has Against the Darkness, Emerald, Emerald, Orb of Storms with a wand on swap. Or are you talking about the EV Evasion Hybrid or ES Evasion Hybrid? Sin, I'm using a Tangle. It's 20 to 25% crit very easily. Helps you get to 100% crit. Yeah, just because we're streaming on YouTube for anyone who wasn't here earlier. And we can't play any copyrighted music on YouTube. I tried to figure out if there's a way that I can, like, because I know on Twitch there's a way where you can set the audio tracks so people watching the stream live can hear my music, but then on my VODs it doesn't save as that. But I don't think, I couldn't figure out a not crazy complicated way to do that with YouTube. So until I figure that out, we're just doing copyright free for now. Okay, let me look at the energy shields. No, that's not the one. Yeah, on the expensive endgame one. Wait. Yeah. Sacred Flame, Headhunter, Death Rush. I think I'm looking at the right one, and it has Orb of Storms on it. Need Inhibitor Support Gem on Barrage. Or this won't work? Yeah, it's for crit weakness. I'm Amazon, Vex. What's weird is that he says need inhibitor, but he doesn't have inhibitor on his, so that's a funny thing. Maybe it hadn't been released when he made this build guide or something. It's down here.
Bye. Go well.
Okay, I think I was gonna get rid of this stuff. I don't know why I didn't. Okay, fragments, foam.
Go well.
The problem with the way they set up the fragments affinity thing is that they now like other things go to fragments that set as fragments affinity, and breach shards don't go to the breach tab anymore, or to the or I mean not breach shards, simulacrum go to the delirium tab anymore. Like they'll just go to the fragments tab, not the breach shards, because there is no breach tab. But yeah, just a weird thing that has happened. Yeah, so it doesn't use the charge and Orb of Storms to stack some rage. Interesting. It's the best setup for Amazon. You're probably looking at the mapping setup. No, this is the setup I'm looking at is Fub Guns, endgame, expensive endgame setup. With the Sacred Flame, Headhunter, against the Darkness Jewel. Yeah, well, it's definitely worth it if that's happening, Egan. I'm doing a different variant, a small streamer I like did. Mostly, okay, awesome. Yeah, because this other one, it uses the effigy of the Cruel on swap. I don't think I have that. Maybe I do. Crit hits with spells apply 3 to 5 stacks of critical weakness. And then you just use like an insane crit wand. And then I'm assuming, obviously, you add Orb of Storms to the mix. And you have that assigned to your swap. Who knows? Well, tomorrow, when we have more time, we'll mess with that some more. We'll like go through the entire passive tree, and I probably have a wand I can use. I don't know if I have one that has enough crit, but because you know me, I'm a caster at heart, so. Well, that doesn't happen very often. 3 exalted from 1 rare. Dude, earlier I had 3 ritual tablets drop at the exact same time. And I feel like ritual tablets used to be like one of the rarest ones to find. Okay, I'm gonna go kill this boss. Still using Fubby Boy's build. Yes, Schwallows. Because I wasn't following a build guide for a while, and you know, Fub, he's not playing the game anymore, I don't think. But you know, any of his builds have always treated me right, so I'm sure people will find new and different variations, but if the build is strong enough for me, like now, you know what I mean? Like, there's only a certain level of power you need to basically do everything in the game. But don't tell GGG that, because they want to make that power unattainable. I don't know if I'm supposed to play this differently now that, because I don't, like, my lightning spear seems to be doing more damage than those fuckers, than Stormlance. Don't you dare, dude. What is this, amateur hour? He plays LE, yeah. Uppercase, stop. Don't remind me. I can survive with 2.5 hours of sleep. Maybe. Probably not. Also probably not. I don't think I have either of those uniques yet. Apparently we do have that one. And the guild has it too. Also, I wish there was a way to set an affinity for tablets. That would also make me happy. Even though they would get unorganized, so probably better for me to have to do it this slow, methodical, annoying. But like having like a Waystone tab for tablets, there's $1 million idea. By the way, I'm surprised you're not using Trinity. The Holy Trinity? You mean a menage a trois? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? I like Essentia, but I guess that's for mapping mainly. Wait, what is that? Is that a unique? Essentia? Gloves? I haven't even seen those yet. Oh, they have new... Wait. Is that what Hawas were? Furtive wraps, right? So those are new boys, right? Java Bay. Just like how it sounds. I'll type it in chat. I need to change that, Hawas are now spiral wraps. Lit. I forgot to say I use Trinity as well. It's the key skill for my build. Are you wait, what is Trinity? Is that this? No? What is Trinity? It's a skill? Skill, maybe it's for you. We'll see. I'll be the judge of that. Spirit based. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm not gonna like fuck anything up. I'm not just gonna switch because someone, you know. 9 more elemental damage with attacks per 50 resonance of any type. On dealing elemental damage with an attack hit, gain 9 resonance of the highest elemental damage type and lose 2 resonance of the other types. Guys. We have spirit to spare. Like, honestly, we could put it on without sacrificing anything. So maybe we'll do that tomorrow. But, Vex, I appreciate it. I have to hop off, dude. I literally have like 2.5 hours to sleep. Maybe, if I can fall asleep really quickly. So, we need to raid out. But, hey, YouTube stream, success. Shout out to all y'all that came over from YouTube. Edgeman, I appreciate it, bro. I think you're the second person that talked on the YouTube stream. So, hey, we'll keep it going. We're gonna hopefully, you know, keep building off that. And for now, that's gonna be like the plan. Just multi-stream every stream and see what happens. You never know. I still am not like, I don't even know what it's called on YouTube, affiliated or whatever, because you need to have like, their requirements are actually insane before you can start making money on YouTube. It's like you need to have like 10,000 hours of like watch time and like, yeah, it's like an insane requirement. So hopefully we can start working towards that. You never know. But for those of you on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. For those of you on Twitch, we're gonna raid out to someone else on Twitch. If you're on YouTube when the stream ends, it should just take you to another Path of Exile 2 stream. So, hell yeah. Vex, thank you for the follow, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, let's figure out for the Twitch people who we are going to raid. Same category. We have Fame. Oh, we can go to Miso. We haven't raided, or actually, let's go to Scotty. Because Miso's probably gonna hop off soon. Scotty doesn't have a ton of people in there, and Scotty is awesome. He's a little wacky, but be patient. He's a really cool dude. Dude, he changed his setup. I don't know if I love this angle for him. I haven't seen with the new camera. But yeah, he's a really awesome dude. And he shaved his head. I know, he looks... I love him. So before I say this, just remember this. I love him. He's a really cool dude. This new look looks like a meth head, a little bit. Especially with the different camera angle. Just a little bit. Great dude. But we're gonna go in there and raid him. So, show him some love. And thank you guys again for another amazing stream. None of this would be possible without you guys. I appreciate it, truly. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, /night, /morning, / whatever it is, wherever you are. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.